So welcome everyone. So before we get started, I wanted to bring a potential time change to budget 2 deliberations and bring that up front now to the full board. We are slated to start second round budget deliberations on April 30th at 5:30 p.m. And I'm requesting that we bump up the time to start at 3:30 p.m. in particular because we have the new deficit amount and we still don't have a finalized plan and agreement from the board on the proposals that we've heard from both board members and the superintendent. And even if we did a 5 or 6 hour deliberation that day to discuss the additional deficit plus section 6, 8, and 9, that would at least allow it to be done by 8:30, 9:30 versus start 30, going through section 6, 8, and 9, and then discussing the finalized plans for the additional deficit. Because no matter what, on May 7th, we have to vote for the budget one way or the other. So that's my ask to the board members, and you have to put forth a motion for that, for a time change. Kalia, Carl, or Marisol?
Yes. A motion, you would need a motion to change the time because we've already accepted the budget calendar.
Okay. So can I get a motion if you guys, or conversations or a motion from that request?
I suggest that you consider amending the budget calendar so as to substitute the date of, the time of 3:30 for 5:30 with respect to the budget deliberations session scheduled to take place on, and I forgot the date, I'm sorry.
April 30th.
April 30th. Chairman LeBron, you can invite that motion if you.
Oh, yeah, I'm waiting for a motion. I've asked, can I make the motion?
If the clerk has gotten the motion as I stated it, all someone has to say is so moved and you're in business.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner LeBron, any discussion?
I'm not sure if anybody has any discussion or questions around that, why I'm proposing that, but this would be the time. And then if there's no questions, then we'll take a vote. Is it a roll call vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So Commissioner Adams, you're the first person on my screen.
Yes.
Commissioner Powell.
No, I asked that we have 3 days and
Commissioner White.
Yes.
Commissioner Malloy.
Yes.
Commissioner Elliott.
Yes.
And I don't see Commissioner Shepard on my screen. Is Commissioner Shepard here?
She's online, just no video.
Okay. Oh, there she is. Commissioner Shepard.
Sorry, I could not find this binder. Yes, to the change of time, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
To allow for more conversations. All right. So the ayes have it. And everyone starting the meeting, we drew names in an order. And so Commissioner Shepard, you were drawn first. Followed by Commissioner Malloy, followed by Kalia. Who's after Commissioner Malloy? Is it Mr. Adams or President White?
It is President White is third, then Adams, then Elliott, then Powell, then LeBron.
Okay, thank you. All right, Commissioner Shepard, you're up first.
So even though I do have questions regarding some of the major things, we're doing section 4. Some of the things that for each of the schools, one of my concerns is that now that there's been a proposal to close 2 additional schools, and then we're still looking at what is going to take to continue to have a balanced budget. My first overarching question is, what will this look like for the numbers in these schools? So I'm not even sure if I should ask questions right now, just in regards to the shifts that are going to happen with the schools that we know already that will be impacted should we move forward with additional school closures. Can we get some information on how any of these numbers or school buildings will be impacted so we can ask informed questions around that?
So I can start just with, it's too early to know exactly what the impact will be because we have to have conversations with families about placement. So once we start having those conversations, that will begin with robocalls tomorrow to let our families know the process, set them up with placement to begin those conversations. And then we would see the trickle down effect into buildings, but it's too early to know exact impact on each school because we do have a school within each zone on the table right now.
Yeah, got you. Okay, just wanted to make sure. So I will save some of my questions for when we start to get a pulse of what that will look like, because some of them may not even be relevant or may change. But what I did want to just throw out there is that the cuts that are happening to music and arts throughout our different schools, I do want to know what the impact is going to be on our students. I know that in previous budgets, I have asked the same question every time I see that come up. And I know that I've been given the answer that, there'll be some restructuring, but kids will not lose time in those areas. And I want to make sure that if there is going to be any restructuring with arts or music, that is still going to be the case. Or if not, what that actually looks like in regards to impact. So that is for every school that is in jeopardy of losing FTEs in those areas.
Great. Thank you for that question. Overall, we're seeing approximately 13.5 reductions for art cuts. I can say that the reductions are in a few areas. One are course requests. So at the secondary level, it's dependent upon course requests. So if they don't meet their numbers, then there's reductions across secondary schools. The other piece is just right sizing and making sure that we're maximizing class size for how we staff all departments. So some of it is as it relates to right sizing. And then looking at reduction of sections that can still allow students to have the number of hours obligated and still meet those pieces. So the answer remains consistent. I just hope I was able to provide a little bit more detail with regards to the course requests, collapsing sections, and right sizing based on shifting classes. Remember, we closed buildings as a part of this as well. So you're automatically going to see some shifts occurring with art, music, PE, and the like.
And then with that's helpful because I do know that there are many families that and staff that are concerned just in regards to our kids still having the access to the to that area in school of arts, music, and PE. So I do want to make sure that we're keeping a pulse on that. So I'll double back around before we are done just to see if anything has changed. And that's done before we vote on the budget. That's what I mean by when we're done. The next one is for Edison High School is one of my major concerns for a few reasons. The number of students, and I know that we have had conversations with the administration over there in regards to what we want Edison to look like as the unique offerings that they have just in regards to their career paths. And I wanted to know, with the reduction that is going on at Edison proposed, is have, sorry, I'm trying to get to the right page. I know they have a large number of NISA students and their special ed department. And I know that they are going to be reconfigured so far as APs in the supports that they get in those areas. And I wanted to know with that reduction, what will the ratio look like for APs to students?
So I'm going to ask Dr. Green if she can weigh in here. I know that she knows the AP structure well there and their special education environment, and I know Ms. Morgan does as well, but I would love for Dr. Green to just start talking a little bit, because she had our school chiefs have those conversations with our principals as they get their staffing sheet. So Dr. Green.
Good evening, commissioners. So in terms of Edison, they are reducing by 2 administrators. And we have had conversation in terms of Edison reconfiguring into pathways. And so with that reduction, we're looking at how we can do that configuration. So the reduction, currently they have 6 APs, and they're going to be reduced to 2, but they also have an assistant principal in the P-TECH program. And because of the numbers at P-TECH, we have to look at how we can share resources versus having them isolated.
And then I will submit some questions for the question log for our future conversation, but I do want to put this one out there now. My concerns with some of the reductions that are happening at Edison is merely the size and how many students and the environment over there. They do have a very unique environment at Edison, and so I do want to know, you know, in regards to where we are able to hopefully staff in a way that will support that environment at Edison, and that will also support the shift that we are trying to make for Edison. But then should we not be successful or have the ability to add more resources at Edison in the way that we think would be contributing to how we want to change, I do want us to take a look at how it is that we would be able to advocate for less student enrollment over there. I know it is a big building. I know that we have to abide by state regulations, but I do want to be conscious of the fact that along with other schools, but Edison is a pillar in the district. And so I know that in the past, we have needed to do more as a district to support Edison and what we're trying to do over there. And so that is one of the things that I want us to look at. If we're not able to fund it to a level where we're comfortable with that, you know, we try to get support around reducing enrollment over there. And that's all I have for section 4.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Malloy. Hey, Commissioner Shepard, I don't know if you were here when I'm sorry, Commissioner Malloy, when I also mentioned if you had any questions to the follow-up questions from the sections, but we can go back around one more time if needed. But Commissioner Malloy, your turn.
I just need some clarification. Are we talking about the questions and answers that we've already received from administration?
Both, and section 4.
Okay.
So if you had some lingering, Commissioner Malloy, if you had lingering questions from section 4 that you were not able to submit or just wanted to exit in a public forum, this would be the time. But then also any questions you submitted to section 4 and the responses, if you have additional follow-up questions to the responses.
Okay, I didn't have any particular questions for section 4, but I do have lingering questions just after the budget rollout on Tuesday. So I wanted to bring a few things up. I don't know if this is the correct forum for that then at this time.
No.
Okay, all right.
But we're on section 4. So if you don't have any additional follow-up questions from the answers for section 4, or like I said, lingering questions from section 4 in total,
Okay.
we will go over to section 5 and then section 7.
Okay, well, I do have a few questions I guess I can ask regarding section 4.
Yeah.
So one of the concerns that I have is that just in general, so it's a more general question that, you know, I'm very concerned that so many of these cuts seem to be cutting closest to the classroom. And we have a district where we currently have a 1-to-8 or 1-to-9 ratio of administrators to students. And yet we're seeing so many of these cuts falling on the shoulders of our teachers, our counselors, the people who are providing the social emotional supports for our students. And so I'm still very concerned about this, and I'm wondering if there's anyone who can speak to just that in general. And I don't seem to be getting a satisfactory answer on that particular question.
So I'll pull the data, but I know for a fact we're not at a 1-to-8 or 1-to-9 ratio for administrators. Just dividing it out, it's just not going to add up. But
no, I meant teacher to administrator, that ratio.
Oh, okay.
Administrator to teacher, rather, ratio. So I believe we have one of the highest ratios in the nation. I think we're ranked like number 3 in the nation for the number of administrators that we have per teacher. And many of those are located in central office, and they're not actually working with students. So that is just an ongoing concern that I have.
Yeah, and we've definitely heard the concern. What I would like to provide the board with and the community with is just how we stack up against others in the Big Five. So our Big Five representative has pulled that data for me, so I'll bring that for the board's consideration. Also want to highlight that the cuts to administration over the past year has far exceeded where the cuts are coming for the classroom by ratio. So sheer numbers, it's not going to work out because our teaching employee group far exceeds our numbers of administrators. So just by way of percentage, we've looked at it, and the administration employee group continues to receive the largest cuts. Commissioner Shepard just brought up the loss of administrators at Edison. So we are feeling the cuts of administration throughout the district, and this budget represents that. So I can bring specific data depending on how you want me to slice it, but it continues to be that balance of there has to be administration to implement policy and move instruction planning and the like forward. So we'll continue to work at that.
Can administrators, though, be moved from central office to those schools as needed? Is that a solution?
It depends on, for what function would be what I would ask. So there's administrators who they could be in a school, but at what function would they serve in the school? So we can look at specific administrators in maybe an exec session if folks would like to let me know who those administrators could be. But right now I don't see any administrators that are in central office that could be placed in schools.
And then just to move on, one of the things I'm noticing just across the board in section 4, as we look at various schools with all the cuts that have been proposed, what are we going to do to ensure that our special education populations and they're being taken care of, that their needs are being met according to the consent decree? How can we reassure people in the community that despite these cuts that we are still going to offer the level of supports that our students deserve and need, and legally we must provide? Can you speak to that? Because I'm seeing so many cuts, I don't know how we're going to be able to provide mandatory special education services across the district with so many cuts to so many buildings.
So the cuts, and we can look at that by special education, you're not going to see the cuts at the classroom level being the vast majority that we've identified. So again, we look at ratios that need to be established for each program. My guarantee that I keep repeating over and over again from mid-year layoffs to now is that if any parent in the district has a concern about their child not receiving mandated services, we are obligated to fix it, period. So we did not put forth a proposal with reductions at the classroom level for special education, where our students would not meet receive their mandated services. The vast majority of the reductions in special education had to do with compliance and administration. So the model has changed significantly in the RCSD over the past 5 to 7 years. This is in collaboration with the State Education Department and the like, trying to figure out how to make this work where we're pushing supports into schools. As you referenced before, how do we get supports in the schools to run meetings and meet the needs of our students? So I also want to remind folks that the details of the proposed consent decree does not articulate staffing designations. The consent decree proposal, until it becomes an official consent decree, has a variety of metrics that we must meet. So it's still my responsibility in collaboration with schools and central office staff to make sure that we are moving towards meeting metrics to make sure that we're progressing along. I also want to let the board and the community know that with our current staffing, without reductions, there were concerns of how we would meet and make sure that we're progressing towards certain metrics. Some are just really heavy lifts that we're going to work our behinds off to meet, but I also don't want it to be out there that everything was perfect right now without reduction. So we're trying to figure out the model that's going to be fiscally responsible and, more importantly, continue to meet the mandated services that our students need and deserve.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to have some follow-up questions, and I'll submit those to the question log. My final question on this section is just in looking at the proposed cuts to RIA in the K through 5, I'm really concerned about how we're going to be able to provide for the needs of our most vulnerable populations. And those vulnerable populations include our ELL learners. With the proposal of cutting K through 5 from that building, how are we going to ensure that those same services are going to be provided in individual schools? How is that even possible? And what supports are we going to be putting in place for our families who, you've got potentially siblings at the same school? What types of social and emotional supports are we going to be able to put in place with all of these cuts to provide for the needs of those vulnerable populations?
So it is my expectation, and I'm going to heighten that expectation. It is inappropriate to think that our schools are not equipped to educate second language learners well. That is my expectation. No school gets to say that they are unable to educate a second language learner. So my expectation would be to make sure that we have the appropriate supports in each and every school, that our teachers and our support staff and our leaders understand that any child who walks through your door, you're expected to educate at a high level. I also want to make sure that everyone knows that I've been in plenty of districts where that is the expectation. There is not a separate newcomer program that is designated just for newcomer students. So my belief system is that at the elementary level, in particular, the best environment for students to gain proficiency in the English language is to be with their peers. So there's lots of research in that vein. This is not to say that RIA is not an amazing, magical place. I've been there plenty, and I know that for a fact. The narrative around our elementary schools are not equipped to serve English language learners is just not something I'm going to be able to sit back and allow to occur. So what my team has started thinking through is, you all know as commissioners, as you've been out to schools, there's some schools that are doing an amazing job with every single child who walks through their door. There's leadership in some of those schools where they have done exceptional with second language learners. So how do we find those schools and make sure that we're letting those families know of some placement options where their students are going to be served well? So when it comes to how are we going to serve our students, how is it possible? That's my expectation. At the elementary level, you are responsible to provide the supports and instruction necessary for our second language learners.
So I certainly appreciate everything that you've said, Superintendent. I think a concern that I have, though, is if you look at something like translation services alone and the many different cultures and languages represented in our district when we talk about our new American students or new arrivals or all our ELL populations in general, how are you possibly going to be able to provide translation services at individual schools to meet their needs when currently they're able to have those needs met at RIA?
Currently, we're providing those services. So please don't leave this conversation thinking that all of our second language learners are at RIA. We have tons of languages throughout the district. Our parents access our interpretation and translation services at the high school level, at the middle school level, and at the elementary school level. So they are being offered and utilized across the district. So that's what I would say to the translation services.
Thank you. And those are all the questions that I have for this section. Thank you.
I just want to remind folks, because Commissioner Malloy, I know this is your first time doing this, and I had to learn this process too. But second round, the questions should be really pointed towards the sections or the responses from the answers. So, for example, you can say on section 4, page 23, I had a question around this, and this was the response, and I just need more clarity. Because this is our time to really go through what's written versus overall arching general conversations that will be impactful to all schools. But this is our time to be really, I guess, in the weeds, if you will, around the budget and the questions and answers. So I just want to throw that out there because I know we got a few more rounds to go. So I'm gonna move over to the. That will be President White.
Sure. Thank you.
Yes.
First of all, I want to thank the administration for providing responses to my questions and to my colleagues' questions. I'm going to use this time to sort of piggyback on some of the comments and questions that were asked by my colleagues thus far. I would begin with Edison. With a question and then a comment and then a proposal. I agree with Commissioner Shepard. She and I have been on the same page on this issue for quite a while, that Edison has become the new East insofar as we're putting a lot of students there and expecting our staff to do more with less. And what's going to aggravate that is we're going to ask them to do even more with less. It's just not gonna work. I mean, the math might sound good from an accountant's perspective, but from an educator's perspective, it hasn't been working and it won't work. So the question is, what do we do so that we're not fooling ourselves into believing these essential financial movements are gonna help us become better educators? So, for example, I looked at the Leadership Academy, which is in section 4, page 98. And to their credit, they have, after many years of sluggish academic performance indicators, they have been doing better, but it's still a small school, and that school is under capacity. To take Commissioner Shepard's comments to the next level, has any thought been given to making sure that placement sends more students to the Leadership Academy? And if that means that its theme of only educating men has to go away, I'm okay with that. I was one of those people that supported the establishment of that academy. But that's my question, and I have a few others. And again, I have a lot of written questions, and again, I appreciate the fact you all have responded to them. But what we're doing at Edison is simply not sustainable. And I've talked to people on the ground, and they've said what Commissioner Shepard has said. They said what I've been saying. So my question is, what are you going to do about it? Are we just going to reduce? I saw the numbers. We're reducing the number of administrators there, and we're keeping the same number of students there. That's just not a plan. So my question is there any chance of closing down by title? We have to talk about these things publicly. Leadership Academy, and making sure that more students can be released from Edison into the Leadership Academy.
So we did not have any consideration for closing Leadership Academy. We can definitely pursue further whether we want to decrease enrollment at Edison to have more go towards other schools. As you know, in our conversations, and Commissioner Shepard was there as well, we have a quandary that we need to address as a district. There's selective schools, and then there's that have certain requirements to get into them, and then there's those that don't. Until we solve that as a district, you're going to continue to have overcrowding at certain schools that are unable to limit their placement, and those that have parameters of who can get in. So we're willing to go at the direction of the board of how do we go about that. It's going to serve the district well, but that wasn't anything that we've been working on at this time.
Well, to my colleagues, I'll volley that ball back to my colleagues. We need to do something. And I don't know if it is too late in terms of the calendar for the state to change schools, but we need to do something because we cannot continue. You got great administrators over there, and you're taking away some for budget necessity. And you're still going to probably continue to send the same number of students there. That is not a plan. Might be viable economically or financially, but it's not a plan of success for our students in terms of education. And so I'll follow up with my colleagues, and hopefully we can have some additional conversation about that. Superintendent Dade, it is past the time in which we could change bed codes. Hasn't that time passed?
Yes, unless there's a specific waiver, and I think there's parameters around what those waivers could be, but it's past the official date.
Could we add Kalia to the question log? Give Superintendent Dade and his staff some time to figure out what those exemptions might be, those waivers might be. I don't obviously need an answer now, but I don't know if exigency or emergency is one of those standards, but this is as urgent, I think, as we could be. So if Kalia, if you could add that to the budget question log, that would be great. Second question is, again, relating to section 4. 33 School, as you all know, is our largest elementary school. And for many years, many of my colleagues and I would go by there as part of our leadership meetings, and we have seen how they have struggled in a lot of different ways. I know they got a good new principal over there. I know she's trying to turn things around, and I give her credit for that. But again, can't ask our staff to do more with less. And my concern about number 33 is, are they going from 3 social workers to 1 social worker? So the question is, how are we expecting our staff, just keeping it real here, how are we expecting our staff in the largest elementary school in the district, which has a history of poor performance, how are we expecting them to do more with less? We're going from 3 social workers to 1. Can someone explain to me how we're going to do that? Or are we just compelled to do it because that's what the numbers require?
So we were in a tough situation where we had to apply formulas to make sure that we were starting with a way that we can allocate staffing to each and every school in the district. So when we talk about assistant principals, a formula was utilized to determine, based on student population and level, elementary, middle, or high, K-8 and the like, how many administrators they would be allocated. Same thing with counselors, social workers, and the like. So that's what we had to do in order to provide staffing across the district. And then what I've raised before is there is a need when we have brighter days to think about how do we provide additional supports based on individual school needs. So take Edison, for example. We want to make sure that we are celebrating and advancing career in tech. there should be additional staffing there to advance that at Edison. There should be additional staffing at another school who is struggling with math. If that is the focus area, then we should have resources dedicated there. So anything in addition to, I would love to see a day where we're allocating resources based on individual school need. It's more of a school support model. But right now, with an $87 million deficit, we had to apply formula-based staffing at this time all across all 50 schools and programs.
Again, I just want to make sure people hear what you're saying, and for whatever it's worth, hold it up, that we're making these decisions not because they're sound educational practice, but we're making these decisions because there are financial considerations. Now, the audience for that is not my colleagues, because surely we are all aware of that. The audience for that stark, terrible reality is Albany and Washington. This is not sound educational practice. And people just need to hear that. You're making decisions, and I'm not saying you're a bad superintendent, but you're making decisions. They're not in the best educational interest of our children. This board cannot fix this. The state can. Next question. And Kalia, you can just make this a follow-up question. I need to have a better understanding, and Superintendent Dade, you don't need to share it now, of how that formula was calculated. How that, I also understand that there are formulas on how schools are staffed. Don't need to take the time to do that today, but I would like that shared as a follow-up question to section 4. Next question. There are a number of cuts that the comment that came up about the special education decree. People, I think you correctly stated, Superintendent Dade, there is no order yet from the court. It's all very preliminary, and we have a great legal staff, and I want to thank Melanie Funchess and all those people that worked their butts off to come up with something unique and different. And I want to assure them, because I've talked to my colleagues on this, I feel very confident that no matter what Albany does, no matter what position our administration is compelled to take on these cuts, we will defend our rights of particularly our most vulnerable students. And I don't know how we will build up that defense, but it's not going to be done at the expense of taking adults who are needed for our children. I wanted to ask you though, give me one second here. We have special ed cuts being made throughout the district without regard to the consent decree. My notes tell me that we have cuts at 4, 20, 29, 33, and 25. Same question. How is it, and I give credit to Commissioner Malloy, how is it that we will, and I assume you will give me the straight answer, how is it that we will provide, put the consent decree aside, how is it that we will provide the services that those students need by making those cuts? Is it true that those cuts were made because you just don't have the money? Or do you think that those people weren't needed? What's the reason behind those cuts?
So this I'll repeat again. Any reductions that you see could be shifts in programming, students coming in and out of special education. So every single school that you're talking about cuts, if there are any at the classroom level, my guarantee is that the students in each and every school will continue to receive mandated services as dictated by their IEP. So there's been a lot of work with Ms. Morgan and all of our CSE teams to make sure that we're providing data to make the appropriate placements, to consolidate programs and the like based on student need. So any cuts that you see, it is not from an accountant perspective. It is based on the numbers in each and every school, the IEPs of those students, and those students will continue to receive the mandated services dictated by their IEP.
So Terry, let me ask you this. If we weren't in this financial crunch, would you be making the recommendation that we make all those cuts to social workers and special ed workers?
To social workers, I would love to be adding social workers. I mean, there's no doubt the need is in the district. I would love to add counselors. I would love to add additional intervention teachers, reading teachers. I would love additional APs at buildings who can lead programs. I would love to come up with another portfolio school that can be selective and more of a magnet program for the district. So that's a hard question to answer because I'm
Well,
staring.
you've answered it.
Yeah, I mean, I would, again, I told you, I would love to be in the position of my predecessors where we're talking about utilization of fund balance, the additional funding coming from the state, and adding staff members. That's a popular way to serve as superintendent, but that's just not where we are today.
Again, our audience has increased each time we do one of these. I hope that includes people from Albany. Do you think that we can be, you know, everybody knows the history of our effort in terms of special education. It's no secret, and it was abysmal before you got here, although I would grant you this, that Ms. Morgan has done a yeoman's job of trying to turn around a very troubled department. My question becomes, though, is do you think, based on your recommendations, and by the way, part of that history is we've consistently been out of compliance. The people at Empire Justice will tell you that. My question is, do you think we will be able to be compliant with these reductions? Again, asking people to do more with less. Are you confident of that?
I'm abundantly confident in that. I think it's about expectations and knowing what compliance measures are needed to take care of. The model of special education has changed dramatically over the years in the RCSD. Everyone's trying to figure out what is the appropriate model to make sure that we're compliant. A centralized model versus a school-based model. What we've moved forward with is moving more resources from central office into schools so that they're right there knowing the students and families well, working side by side with administrators to make sure that we're meeting student needs and doing the checkbox with compliance. So if you look at our staffing, again, I can run the numbers if you like with the other big five. They're doing it with less staff. So I do believe it can happen, and I'm abundantly confident that with the right progress monitoring and expectations that it will get done.
Okay, well, we will certainly hold you to that.
Oh, no doubt. I love accountability, so no doubt.
Unless, of course, the people in Albany see fit to do otherwise. There's a bit of irony or inconsistency in your statement that you would love to have more in terms of social workers and caseworkers, but yet you think you can accomplish this without those folks. I assume that you want more because we are understaffed, that you think that children need more in Rochester.
Yeah, I want more because our kids deserve more.
Right.
And educators have the hardest job in the country. So the fact that I know that they can do more with less doesn't mean that I want them to have to do that each and every day. So the more staff and wraparound services that we have, the easier it is for our amazing educators to get the job done. So I was a great sixth grade teacher. I would have loved to have had 20 students in my class, but I was an amazing sixth grade teacher with 30 in my class. It didn't mean that it was easy. I would have loved to have had less, but I had to do more with less. So it's not contradictory. It's just stating reality that I'm just not in a position to add positions as we've done in the past across the district.
Well, I just want to remind you of another reality, and then I'll be done, Chairperson Beatrice. While you no doubt came from a very diverse district, and it was one of the reasons why we picked you, it was not Rochester. Rochester, sadly, sits in a very unique position of ranking 3rd in the nation in child poverty. That predicament leaves us in a very tough spot. And so I'll leave my questioning with your last comment. Our children need more. They deserve more. And they're getting less because the bean counters are saying in Albany, we don't have the money for them. I'm set, Commissioner.
Sorry.
Sorry.
So
You were muted, Commissioner LeBron.
Oh, I'm sorry. Up next is Commissioner Adams.
yeah, so we're talking about more with less. That definitely does not apply for Edison. It definitely does not apply there. I've been here in this community, and this is the same thing that happened basically at East. Albany is going to end up coming in and saying, giving us an order, we'll have to shut East Edison down, and then we'll be forced to do other things, which include more resources, renaming them, getting a community partner, and all of that. We have to really not even consider doing more with less over there. It's I've been at board meetings where I explained what I've seen, some things that occurred. I'm not going to go into it now, but y'all have to recall. We can't afford to try to do something with less resources over there. They did not have enough resources to start off with. Now we like to talk about equity. You know, it's 5 of us in submarines underwater, but there's 2 ships up top. I don't want to pull them 2 ships down there and make everything equitable. I want to pull these submarines up top. I want to make it equitable in that fashion. Not bringing people down, no other district down. I just think we have to look at equity in a more different way. Be willing to look at how the state applies. When they throw a school in receivership, they give them more resources because they know that's what's needed, more resources. And then as soon as they get out of receivership, they take the resources. That's how the state has a history of doing, rewarding failure and not rewarding success. So I just really wish we would look at what's really in need over there at Edison. I have to echo that, my concern over there. And basically in section 4, that's all I wanted to comment on, except for there was also a mention about some shifting of music teachers, possibly losing some music classes. I mean, it could have been probably 10 years ago. I had to come to the board and I had to sing. I had to sing Swing Low, Sweet Chariot. People remember me singing that. And I had to explain to them that the slaves out there on the plantation, the reason they were singing that was because it was therapeutic. Music is therapeutic. Our kids need it. With the trauma that we're facing in this community. So I just would like you to reconsider when we think about moving music and art, how important, I just need you to think about how important that is to our community members. And with that, I'm waiting on section 5. I'm done, Marisol. Beatrice.
Mr. Adams, if you could join Commissioner Shepard in holding me to what I said, what the shifts were. It's not, and I think the only way we can really accomplish this is really looking kind of school by school to say, if we were to run the numbers, would each child still have the same number of hours and the like with music, just to kind of alleviate some concern. So the reductions aren't eliminating music at any school or art at any school. It's really the right sizing to make sure that we're shifting student enrollment around, course requests and the like. So like Commissioner Shepard, closer to time, I know she'll ask me again how we can make sure that that's happening, and I'll get that to you again, sir, as well.
Okay.
Okay, up next is Commissioner Vice President Elliott.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I don't have a specific question per se. I thank you all for responding to the number of questions that I've already had, but I would offer this. You know, it appears that we are dismantling some of those programs that are working. You know, I'll go back to the UPK, EPK that were in the CBOs, number one, and I'll go to the RIA program. Those programs are working, and to say that well, every school should be able to handle refugee students. I think that may be. I think, Mr. Superintendent, that's aspirational, because when they go into those schools, if they have to go into those schools, I think we're going to be doing a disservice to those to that refugee population. I would like to have. I think one of the things that you have been known for is that you are data driven. I'd like for you to be data informed, because if there's certain areas where it is working, those are the areas that I don't think that need to be touched. Maybe tweaked, but I don't think that need to. I think that there has to be these conversations that are going on in the schools. And I know we have been one of the areas that they talked about a lot when they come to the board meetings is collaboration. And I heard today that some of the decisions that are being made in the schools, that there has not been the conversation. And so I guess my thought is, because the group that is between your office and the schools is the chiefs. So the question becomes, are the chiefs just carrying out your directives, or are they actually looking at what's going on in the schools and helping to advocate for the schools so that your decisions can be far more informed? My concern would be, you know, if they're trying, and this may be totally wrong, but let me just put it out there. Are they trying to say their own positions without saying, listen, this is what's going on into the school, this is going to make the school better, so that you have that information? And so I'm not sure the roles of the chief, if they're just carrying your message without the message from the schools being brought back to you so that the decision is better informed. So, and so some of the things that I think that you have said to us are aspirational, but when you go to try to implement those things, it's going to be very difficult because we've been around this district a very long time, and there's a lot of passive aggressiveness that goes on in this district. And so I just will say that for us to really look at what's going on in the schools and have those schools to help us to help you all and us to inform us of what's the best. And I heard a lot when I had some conversations this morning around equity. You know, is there equity among all schools? And that's not equality, but does each school have the resources that they need to continue to move our children forward? So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Just quickly, the chiefs are carrying my message, but it's after a lot of back and forth. So if it were up to the chiefs, we'd probably be adding 400 positions right now. They are staunch advocates of each and every one of their schools. They bring me the data of the need of each and every one of their schools. So these weren't fun conversations for them to have as we're making cuts across programs in schools. So just for our chiefs, I mean, they know the schools inside and out, and they always bring me what schools could use more of. So they none of them want to see these cuts, so they are carrying forward my message of we do need to make cuts and how we're going to implement them. With regards to the aspiration goal for RIA and how our district educates our refugee and L population, any way you slice it, it has to occur. State Ed will provide you with a document that says we should be 1 to 2 years of our students at RIA, period. And then they transition to one of our other schools across the district. So it is an expectation, not only of your superintendent, but the state of New York, that all of our schools educate our refugees and second language learners well. So that's not just an aspiration, it's an expectation across the board. So they should be transitioning from RIA into any one of our schools in 1 to 2 years. And don't take my word for it, I'll bring the documentation from state ed on that matter.
I think there has to be more conversation about that, because here's where families and students' lives will be destroyed. And let me just say, I'm not sure if I'm going to necessarily go on the record about this, but if something happens to this program, I can't support this budget. So I'm not sure if that's going to be my final response at the end, but I'm just saying, because there are programs that we have that are working, and I understand that we've got some financial issues. I understand that real clear. But when we come in and dismantle programs that are working, and I think that the conversation has to be with regard to the state. I think that there has to be the conversation with the state to help to inform the state of the work that's going on in those trenches and the difficult work it takes to that population is not the same as any other population with regard to language barriers and those kinds of things. So I think that there has to be conversation to help to inform the state of the necessity of putting different kinds of processes and regulations in place. And I'll just leave it at that. I'm just saying I may not vote on it because I may not support this budget because of that. I'm not sure yet, but just know that I want to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Elliott. Commissioner Powell?
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. With regard to the RIA, I asked I got a pretty detailed response on round one questions, pages 17 and 18. So let me just ask this question like in an active listening fashion to make sure I understand correctly. The enrollment now for RIA is of new students has been 72 to 86 new enrollments each year since 17-18. Is this to say that the staffing for RIA with this budget would then mirror its inaugural year when RIA was created in 2011-12? Or is it still going to use a 2-year model and a larger staffing?
So I'll have to get back to you on the comparison between when it started and what we are at now. I know that we applied our staffing formula based on L designation and the like for how they would be staffed, in addition to adhering to what the state expects of which students are enrolled at RIA versus some of our other schools. So the difference between entering, emerging, transitioning, expanding, and commanding would also be adhered to. And that's not based on merely our staffing, but what the state says should occur with placements.
But in any event, what I'm reading is that you're striving to hold true to the intention of the RIA program as it was envisioned back in 2011-12.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. The question 1.59, which starts on page 16, ends on page 17. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that right? No, it's question 1.58 on, oh, darn it, that's not it. 1.59 starts on page 16, goes to 17. The answer, this question was about young mothers and interim health. the answer on the top of page 17 was school chiefs and building level staff, including principal and AP, will be meeting over the next 2 weeks to discuss the transition plan. Now, and that was what, 2 weeks ago? So I guess what I'm saying is I really need to know what was the outcome of that meeting? What were the what are some of the specifics about how that transition would happen? That's really important to me.
So we did have those meetings. It was to discuss with the leadership at All City and our school chiefs and Deputy Quick and some others, just to see, once we made everyone aware of the shifts to occur, meeting with the leadership at All City to see what do you need? What do you need to make sure that this transition is successful? So there was a shift of 2 positions at the request of All City to make sure that we were getting all students the supports that they need for a successful transition. Sheila Webster was also part of those conversations, so I don't know if Ms. Webster, if you have anything to add. If not, we can leave it at that.
I don't have anything to add, but that it was a very fruitful meeting, and the All City team did a great job of really digging through the data and understanding the needs of transitioning students, and working collaboratively with myself and Deputy Quick to advocate for their needs. And we're in the process of finalizing those decisions.
We're talking about the physical security and separating students from, and all of the concerns that were raised leading to this question were asked and answered and dealt with in that meeting?
We did speak about facilities, and the response from the All City team is that they actually have a beautiful facility and they would be able to provide the necessary space. And they are a very caring and informed staff, so they would work very closely with each individual student, as they do now for any member that enters the All City family.
Okay, you had an interesting choice of words. You said they have this space, but my concern isn't just about physical capacity. It's about the security and the ability to separate students that need to be separated for their either because they are runners, school avoidant, or because they are afraid of the larger population outside of what has been the Interim Health Academy. Can you speak directly to those concerns of physical and emotional security?
So I would want to dig deeper with the individual needs of students with the All City team. And that's why my response indicated that they create individual plans so that we have a very clear idea of the specific needs, and they make the necessary accommodations or opportunities of learning. So I do feel confident that they would be able to provide a separate space. We're working on making sure that the counseling department would have the necessary resources to transition interim health students, as well as the nursing staff, and making sure that the leadership team there continues to monitor specific needs of each student.
And the question was mostly centered around the interim health students, because I have concern for their welfare, but the young mothers, I assume, will all go back, will simply stay in their primary assigned school since they're dual enrolled. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And there are very few now. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I mean, I guess on the bright side, that's perhaps I mean, this program has been around for a very, very long time. And if we are at that place where we do not have enough young mothers to justify separating them from their regular school environment, that's a wonderful thing. On the other hand, if the reason they're not leaving, if there were just as many pregnant young ladies and they just didn't see the virtue in the young mothers, then that's a case of supply and demand driving the equation. And if that program is no longer meeting pregnant women's needs, then so be it. They should stay back at their home schools.
And I would add that I would say that more young mothers are selecting to stay at their home school.
Yeah, that's my point.
Times have changed as well, so they're much more comfortable staying at their home school as well.
Right. Okay, that's it for now. I'll wait for the next round.
Okay. So I guess it's my turn, but I actually feel like I do not want to overload you guys, but of course I have a lot of questions. I do just want to kind of go back to some things that were just mentioned. And just based on some of your responses, Terry Day, to around special education and the consent decree. So while I understand the consent decree is not technically in court and finalized, I do recognize that there was a lot of work that went into the committee and the recommendations, and that was also driven by previous outcomes. But one piece of that I want to remind the board, and I'll remind you as well, is that the recommendation to have a chief of special education, it is in the Distinguished Educators Report. And that is a report that the state accepted, that the board accepted. And you weren't here during that process, Terry, but I initially did not even support it. We went back and forth, my colleagues and I, about even the finalization of the response to that report. But ultimately, 4 board members minimally supported it. And so it was the will of the board to accept those recommendations, as well as the state. So I just want to put that out there, because I know that the focus and the responses in these sections of questions that were related in round 1 to special education, that none of the responses included the Distinguished Educators Report, that the responses from Deputy Quick was that about the consent decree, and that, you know, an executive director title was in the consent decree. Well, we cannot uplift the consent decree when it's convenient for us, and then also on the flip side of it, minimize the consent decree to justify an answer. So I just want to put that out there, because personally I was a little frustrated going through some of these responses. The other piece I do want to mention, and this is more towards all of my colleagues here, I would absolutely love to have more resources, but the reality is that there is an $85 million deficit. And just so that everyone is very clear, because I did go through all of the sections, but I created a chart for myself on all of the schools. Edison right now is slated to a $1.9 million cut. But I'll bring up that East right now on paper, based on what I have in this draft budget book, is slated for a $1.1 million increase. So I hear those conversations, and I said this, we're essentially doing right now to Edison what was done to East 5 years ago when they had 1,900 students. And again, a large ELL population and a large special education population. So I just want to put that out there, because I'm frustrated personally just hearing these conversations. And then to mention randomly today, the Leadership Academy, which we know is a school that has struggled for a number of years. That school is also slated to get cut by $699,000. The other thing you mentioned, Terry Dade, is, and this is in response to the questions that Commissioner Powell just mentioned around interim academy, and that is in 1.13 in the responses. is that all city, that was my question about the follow-up on the meeting. So thank you, Commissioner Powell, for asking that. But even in the response right now, currently in the draft, All City High is also slated to get cut by $309,000, and it decreased in enrollment by 18, which doesn't reflect this conversation around transitioning Interim Health Academy there. And so I think my questions, particularly around that piece, is that if we're saying we're going to move this program into All City, right now they currently are slated to have cuts and a decrease in enrollment, and how does that correlate with that, and how will we provide those supports? And I want to just say right now, I personally do not want to hear that the supports are going to be discussed in hand. I want to see an actual plan of staff, the FTEs that are going to transition from interim health over to All City, or if there's going to be a restoration of the cuts from the 309, because now they're absorbing this program. So I'll stop there because I have lots more questions.
No problem. We can present a plan. Like we said, we met with the leadership at All City to discuss just that. How are you going to absorb the students and still provide supports for each and every child? So we'll get you the plan of how we're going to make that happen. Not a problem.
Thank you.
Let me add that to the log.
Just so you know, Terry, I would like to see the plan before the second budget deliberation, because that'll be our final budget deliberation. So if there are follow-ups that need and conversations that need to be had, I need to see it then.
Not a problem.
Then,
It's been added to the log. Thank you.
the section 1.22, I'm in the Q and answer, guys. So I'm going to start there, and then I just have a few from section 4. So 1.22, someone asked, why is there a decrease in contract transportation? And OASIS, apparently program budgeted include funding for bus passes and field trips, which were under contract transportation. And in the current budget year, this is not carried over to 2021. However, are they still going to be able to provide those services of bus passes minimally? I'm not sure about the field trips piece, but at the bus passes, and how will they be able to provide those services?
So if Mr. Franklin can speak to, I asked the same question of, why is this in this section and OASIS? So maybe he can provide that context. And then I just want to make sure that I'm speaking correctly with Mr. Schmidt, that our plan would be to still offer the bus passes, but maybe not the other pieces with regards to field trips, et cetera. So Mr. Franklin first, and then Mr. Schmidt.
Thank you, Superintendent. I got feedback here. Thank you, Superintendent. The OASIS program is largely grant funded. They do have flexibility within their budget lines to accommodate these cost shifts. I would also add the OASIS program has the opportunity to generate funding from outside contracts. For example, through receiving referrals from Monroe County's Department of Social Services, Catholic Family Center, and New York State Department of Labor. Those provide additional funding for the program that could give it some additional flexibility. Thank you.
I guess my question is, and I thank you for that, because I do know that, and I have been trying to advocate for the county to provide additional dollars, because there are job skills trainings and WEP and Voc Ed dollars that can be attached to fund those students participating in that program. But my understanding is that we're not quite there yet at the level that we used to be for the level of funding. So again, is there a plan to seek additional dollars? Have we heard back from the county on that?
Yes, we'll definitely move forward with trying to seek additional dollars through our grants department and the like, in our collaboration with the county, but we just don't have an answer at this time.
Okay, I'm going to earmark that for a follow-up. And then I don't have page numbers on mine. I don't know why, but I do have the question number. So section 1.26, which we're going to go back to these, the cost to operate the new 2 pre-K centers, which I know that you guys also did submit a plan, but again, I'm not personally satisfied with the plan and the details of it or lack thereof. However, in this response on this section right here, they talk about the total does not even include factors and expenditures for administrative costs, overhead, grant writing, grant reporting, New York State reporting requirements, finance management. So those would be, and so in my world for grants, when there's a grant with an organization and they already have staff that do this work, these are not actual dollar cost savings to us. This is in-kind donations to the CBOs. So I just want to be clear, are we counting in-kind donations of work that we're doing in that $4.5 million cost analysis?
So the 4.5 is kind of a blend. That's why it's written that way, because some, like you said, are grant funded, but it doesn't mean that we don't have district personnel who are supporting those schools in addition to schools throughout and staff throughout the district. So it is a blend. We just had to provide as much data as possible with regards to the funding sources and what they actually do for the district.
But how does that equate to an actual dollar? I mean, I know for reporting purposes, because I've had to write reports with in-kind donations, but when we have a budget deficit, for me, it doesn't equate to an actual savings unless you're saying that some of these individuals currently in these positions on the district end were some of the cuts in the budget book.
I would have to follow up on that. I have no idea where to go with trying to extrapolate that right now.
Okay. So Kalia, were you able to get that question?
Yes, if you could just repeat the what needs to be followed up on. I do have that we're following up on question 1.26.
1.26 is the in-kind donations were factored into the $4.5 million reduction. And if so, that's reflected in the budget book as actual cuts to the in-house staffing. Because if the staff is still here and they're still doing the work, but we counted some of the work that they're doing into that total, I think then the total is not going to be a true total for that amount.
I've got it. Thank you.
Thank you. 1.32. What is the basis for the increase of the daily attendance rate from 48% to 80% from section 5, page 4? This was one of my questions. In particularly, I was surprised to see such a large jump in attendance rates from a program. So if you go to page 5, section 4 of the book, there is a section that says daily attendance rate. And in 2017-18, the actual was 60%. 18-19 actual was 43%. 2019-20 budget said 48%. But we're budgeting, in this budget, we put it at an 80% rate. And I was just, I needed to understand how that estimate, how is that being rated? How do we jump from 48% to 80% for attendance?
I mean, there were 60 students returning from BOCES, and with new students going into the calculation, those rates can fluctuate. So with the students back with us, we may want to start looking at the next 3 years to see if we see the same fluctuation, which I doubt we would.
But is there a plan for that attendance rate to, I mean, it's a big jump. So even if I did 2 years of actuals on an average, it would not equal 80%. So you're just saying because we have more students and just in general, you factored that to increase that number? Just trying to understand how that number was created.
Yeah, for me, it's not an apples to apples calculation when you have a whole set of students coming back to a particular program. It's going to shift attendance. So my expectation is that we would continually improve. So hopefully we would see that 80 be the baseline with the new students, and then we would see improvement in the next few years.
And then I had some questions overall on line items that appeared in the entire section 4 of schools for Northwest Zone, Southwest. And I won't get into the actual title numbers, but they do start at page 3.9 for the question and answers. I'm just trying to understand if this is a new process where we're pulling all of these fundings that were primarily funded at school and moving them under to central office. And I guess it wasn't clear to me if this is a new process that we're doing this year and what the justification was for that.
Mr. Franklin, do you have a sense of the question and why those shifts were made?
It's in the Q&A 1.39.
Thank you, Superintendent. Yes, this particular question, 1.39, seeking additional clarification around all these funding sources you see in the schools. Commissioner LeBron, you mentioned a particular shift in funding, but we were just not following that. This funding appears every year in this particular section, in this particular format. The grants are going to be monitored centrally. I believe, as we said before, we have restructured our grant and program accountability office to make that monitoring happen. I guess I would say what I said in the response. Funding that is budgeted in some of the subclasses that you see listed individually are budgeted centrally. Others are not. Examples would be like mileage reimbursement or the field trip, century substitutes, that those costs will be moved to the school as the costs are incurred throughout the year. So you'll see the budget centrally, and then we'll move those appropriations each month to the specific school that is incurring the cost. That might account for some of the fluctuation you are seeing comparing the current school year, which may have a higher number, versus the budget year, which has a lower number because the central budget has not been shifted yet. If we're not providing clarity, I'm more than happy to talk to you more about that.
Okay, no, actually, I just wanted to understand if we were cutting those lines and then the schools would not have access to those supports and services, because some of them were parent engagement and other mileage and club stipends, and I just wanted to make sure that those were not being cut or eliminated. But
I think I can alleviate your concern in that regard, in that some of these, I'm going to say the primary reason for the decrease you're seeing in the upcoming budget is because those costs are centrally budgeted. They will be shifted to the schools throughout the year.
so they'll still have access to request those funds and those support services.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. 1.49 and 1.51, I think actually that little section there, because there was a question around the Camelot piece and the cost of the implementation, but I want to start at 1.49 about BOCES service contract can be performed in-house. How much of it can be performed in-house? And it says we're anticipating a savings of $3 million in our BOCES costs by providing services for those students in the district. And I just have to tell you, I feel a little bit traumatized in reading that response, primarily because in 2018, we were presented with a cut in BOCES and special education. And I specifically asked, how will we provide those services? And we were told we were gonna bring students in-house and we were gonna restructure special education and we were gonna be able to provide those services. And that to me was not a plan. And so I also felt like we were putting the cart before the horse in terms of saying that we're gonna be able to provide services, but there is no restructuring or actual plan that is going to be, that has been presented. And I've yet to see the actual plan for this restructuring. And that really makes me nervous. And just seeing that response, and I can literally pull up the budget vote from 2018 and having the conversation specifically around BOCES. And 1.51 is where I referenced the response. I saw this response kind of copied and pasted in other special ed related questions around the consent decree, and saying that the consent decree specifically identifies an executive director of the special education department. But if you guys are saying that the consent decree is not even in court right now, then I have to go by the DE's report. And I did try to mention that in there, but it was ignored or not answered. So I'm going to let you answer around those two.
So for the DE report, the recommendation says consider adding a chief of special education. Upon my arrival, I did, as we're restructuring executive cabinet and meeting board expectations of decreasing from the top. The restructuring was done in a manner that matches all of the big five with regards to senior level administration and the like. So it wasn't us ignoring it. It's just trying to make note of kind of where those recommendations come. So the DE report said consider it, but he also wasn't here with a $152 million deficit over the course of one calendar year.
Okay. Well, I am going to be requesting an executive session tonight to specifically talk about specific titles and individuals. I just want to throw that out there. So that's what I have for my questions, you guys. But let me just get to the section piece of section 4. I just have a few questions in section 4. So I apologize. My book is really marked up over here. So on page 4, section 4, page 119, we can go there. So there are cuts here because the bilingual academy and interim health, and there were some other cuts in this area totaling $4.127 million. But I had some questions around whether cuts in these areas are going to occur as additional expenses in other areas of the budget, and if so, where are those reflected? And I asked that in particularly because we're cutting a program like Bilingual Academy, which are all ELL students. And so we can't say that those students, there's no additional cost to service them if we move them to another school, unless that's what you are saying. And if so, I would like that on record. But also, I see that big picture learning was also cut here. So I'm assuming that that program you're closing as well.
I don't think big picture learning was even in place this year.
Okay. There was a budget line there, and I just saw that it was zeroed out. So I don't know if there was still funding in that line left. But will there be other additional expenditures that occur for the programs that are being cut here? Because we still have the students, and I know we're moving them, but.
So they've been accounted for, much like with school closures. So when we think of students moving across to different schools, take our bilingual academy students, we would be moving students into classrooms and schools where they're appropriately staffed to meet the needs of our bilingual learners. They may have had a space in that classroom for 4 additional students or 6 additional students or the like. So the staffing is captured in our budget proposal.
Okay, thank you. Section 4, page 125. Early childhood education. You there? Okay. So on this page, there is a increase of 65.32% for other compensation under the salary compensation line. Can you explain what other compensation is under this line?
Mr. Franklin, are you able to speak to that line
You
item?
need the page number again, Mr. Franklin?
No, Commissioner, I'm sorry, I'm juggling 3 buttons. I apologize. The bulk, Commissioner, of those budgetary increases you're seeing in other compensation, primarily in hourly teachers and overtime for civil service staff. Those are the 2 primary drivers of that increase.
Okay. So is this where, I guess I don't see the actual plan for the wraparound cost portion that we were discussing. I didn't see that as a line item anywhere in any of the early childhood education conversations. So can I get a analysis of the cost for the wraparound piece for the UPK programs? Or is that it right there in that line?
We can provide more details on the plan from a funding and budget consideration. It will be title funded. So when we think of allocation of resources, it's through title funds, but then we can also bring more details of the enrichment that we'll be providing at those early childhood centers.
But even with title funds also have to be accounted for in the budget book. Okay. Kelly, you could put that page, whoever had that up, please put up section 4, page 126. My questions are in this section right here. So section 4, page 126, and the budget item line for school number 44 and for 57, it's listed at 405,741 and 704,224. So I just needed to understand what the budget, where these 2 numbers reflect the 4.5 million total for the schools. Because when I went back to last year's, they did have relatively lower budget amounts for the school operations. So what do these 2 amounts reflect?
Mr. Franklin, are you able to speak to that?
Yes, Superintendent. Yes, Commissioner, basically, the early childhood services that were provided in prior years in schools 44 and 57 are going to fall in a different budget line. So you're basically seeing a reduction down to 0 for each of these schools. But just like you indicated in your prior question, you will see costs on another page in this book, just because the services have shifted.
So can you share where I would be able to actually find those additional costs? And I ask because in this section, when I go to this section, on page 4, 129, this is zeroed out over here as well. And I just don't understand where those numbers are.
Thank you, Commissioner. We do show increased dollars for the 2 new Rochester Early Childhood Centers. It's a little lower on the page. You'll see Rochester Early Childhood Center, ME, Rochester Child. Thank you for highlighting those. Yes, those 2 lines right there. So some of those dollars that have been zeroed out from school 44 and 57 are going to appear on these lines.
So I'm going to assume the Southwest one. So it's the Southwest would be school 44. So that budget line went from $400,000 then to 2.3 million, roughly. Is that the cost for the total center? And do these costs include the wraparound services and transportation?
Commissioner, they really, so first, yes.
Okay.
They should include wraparound care. A lot of the wraparound will be tied to the hourly teachers and the additional hours worked by civil service staff.
Okay, and then on page 4, section 4, page 127, I asked specifically about where the transportation line is because transportation here, it says contract transportation and it was essentially cut. It's a complete cut there. Do you see it? Where is it? Right there. See how it's zeroed out? So what does that line represent for transportation and early childhood education?
Well, we don't transport pre-K, so it was only 11,900 the year prior for some of the schools. So with their early childhood centers, we're not going to be transporting through contract transportation. And
Yeah,
just
so
to clean that up.
I know we don't do the transportation for the UPK, but we had a budget line item for that. So in the past, what was the budget for in that line?
Mr. Superintendent, I can add to that. The UPK program will purchase a significant number of RTS bus passes, the 31-day passes, $56 each. You're probably seeing expenses in prior years for that. Certainly the $246,000, Commissioner LeBron, I'm not sure why the current year is only $11,902, but this is where you will see bus passes purchased.
Can we do a follow-up on that? Just an analysis, like, I mean, it's a large jump from like 246,000 to 11,000 to 0. I just need to understand what that is.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you. And I know some of this you guys are going to have to research too, because it wasn't your budget and it's not your numbers. I just want to throw that out there. The professional technical service line on section 4, page 128. Can someone walk me through the $4 million cuts there, what that actually means?
I'm not sure what was actually cut there. We'll have to get back to you on that line item.
Thank you. Page 4, section 4, page 131. So on this, in this section, there's some increases. So I see that there's 8 FTEs. If I'm reading this correctly, there's 8.10 FTEs that are being introduced to school 2, sorry. And then there was an increase at school number 4 for 5.10. And then I see that the Northwest and the Southwest early childhood centers are going to be, the Northwest will have 43.50 FTEs. Is it? I'm wondering, does this include teachers, paras, and TAs, or just teachers? And why is 2 and 4 getting an increase?
It's all staffing. It's not just teachers there.
But why would 2 be getting an increase?
We're adding classrooms throughout the district as well.
Okay. And then I know that you mentioned that the Northwest and the Southwest centers, we're going to be adding special education continuums. But then when I looked at the preschool special education line, all that's being added is 0.30. So can you speak to how we're going to do that and provide those services if we're only adding 0.30 for the 2 new centers and now adding classrooms?
Yes, they're not pre-K specific. They're K1 special education teachers. So you wouldn't see them reflected here. Okay.
They're reflected somewhere else in the budget book?
That's correct, in special education.
Okay. And I'm going to stop there because if I have additional lingering questions around these sections, I will submit them in writing before the final round.
I do have an answer to your prior question, Commissioner. You asked about professional and technical services on section 4, page 128.
Yes.
Just over $4 million. It really does represent the reduced payments RCSD will make to CBOs for the UPK program.
Okay. Reduction in payments. All right, now we're moving on to section 5, you guys. Okay, so back to Commissioner Shepard. You're on.
Okay, so this section is in regards to our programs. I have one overarching question, and then I do have some more specific ones. One is that throughout each of the programs, I just wanted to make a request in regards to where it says expenditures. There is a line that says clerical, para, and security officer, and some say instead of security officer, they say sentry. I just wanted to request to have the security officer salaries or the sentry officer salaries on their own line, because there are some programs that are in different buildings, and I'm not sure that we are paying a full person for this program. And I just want to be sure what that number looks like that we attribute that cost to.
You and your team have that, Mr. Franklin?
Superintendent, we think we can do that, yes.
All right, thank you.
So with, I'm on page 2 for the home hospital tutoring program. I just want to, sorry, I must have my page on something. I just want to make a note that the expenses are going up for the tutoring program, but the enrollment for students remains flat. I want to note that because starting in the 17-18 school year, there were 493. Last year, there were 230, but the cost per student enrolled went up significantly. It went down this year, but the enrollment stayed 230, and next year we're anticipating 230, and it's going up. And so I just want us to kind of keep an eye on how the expenditures are going up. And I'm really trying to lay this out for the community. Expenditures go up, but student enrollment does not reflect how expenses go up. And so I really want us all to continue to keep an eye on that, especially when we are talking about advocating, because of what our funding streams look like. It does not add up when we are talking about student enrollment. So I just want to keep that in the front of everybody's mind. For the links program, which is on page 3, I do want us to have further discussion around what it is that we are going to do with links. I know that is still something that we have continued to talk about. I know since myself and Commissioner LeBrana have come on the board a couple of years ago, that has been one of our overarching things that we really want to get settled, especially if we do have an alternative potentially. I'm not going to say, we're closing or anything, but if we have any alternative planning around that, I do want to get an update on links.
So we had a conversation as recently as Tuesday, I believe, with Ms. Turner and folks from Camelot. Really being real about, I've been talking about Camelot since my arrival, and it wasn't budgeted. So we couldn't get anything into place for this school year. And then we had started making plans for next school year, and then our fiscal crisis hit. So we're having a lot of conversations with Camelot and other folks just to see how we can move our program forward, given our tough budget times. And the representatives from that organization have been excellent, because I feel like I give them new information each and every time that I meet with them to keep them current on where we are. So please know that this is one of my top priorities to make sure that we're moving that forward. We're just really struggling with how to make it work given our limited resources. But that organization has been excellent with modifying, working with us to make sure that we're provided with something to start moving forward for next year.
Awesome. I am on page 8, which is the UPK, EPK. So I know that we had a discussion in regards to seats not being filled, and that was in-district seats and CBO seats that were unfilled. So my question is, when we budget staff based on the number of slots that we have, which next year we are providing 3,312 slots. If some of those slots are not filled, how do we then cover the expenses that were already allocated there?
Great question. Ms. Hooper, Dr. Hooper, if you're on, if you could talk through some of the kind of shifts in enrollment and how we go about shifting personnel based on seat capacity and the like.
Hello, I hope you can hear me.
Yeah.
I would just like to say we track that closely. And we do have a small buffer of seats over what we're funded for. We've decreased that buffer, but that's to make sure that we do make our target. But if we see that we're not, we don't have enough students in a classroom to keep it open, then we would have to close that classroom and shift those students. Now that hasn't happened in many years because we've been keeping all of our classrooms full. But we also look at that every year. We had a situation this year with half-day class that was only half full. And then in this year, we had to move that and make it a full-day class in one of our schools. So when we see that we're not utilizing our seats fully, we make adjustments.
Okay, thank you. I'm now on page 9. And I guess this will be page 9 and 10 kind of go together because it is the Youth and Justice program. So one of the things that I wanted to first get out the way is that I know North Haven closed and they just closed in December. And so I did want that to be updated in the book because we won't be in there anymore. And what I know, obviously, because I'm in juvenile justice every day, is that I wanted to confirm that the students that we serve annually, so we serve 930 this year, we're anticipating 930 next year, are those unique and individual youth? Because I know the way that we go into facilities, youth are constantly in and out. It's not particularly the same youth full year. So I wanted to know how we were calculating that number.
I'm not positive, so I'll have to get back to you on that question.
And then the last thing about this is on both pages, I see that the expenditures are well above and beyond the revenue that comes in. For both pages, it is a difference of $3.4 million. So I wanted to know how are we budgeting with such a low revenue, and where do we make up the costs in our budget, the cost difference?
Mr. Franklin, can you speak to that, please?
Thank you, Superintendent, and thank you, Commissioner, for that. You do see a large difference between the revenue produced versus the expenses incurred. This is all going to end up being general fund supported. Although we provide you program-based budgets in Section 5, the costs of these are also incorporated within Section 4 for all our schools. So really the program difference is all made up in general funds.
Put it on the record, which is my final question. And I would not be myself if I did not try, but I would like to know how Monroe County can assist with some of these expenses, since we are going into a number of their facilities. And I think that this will be a good opportunity for us to get them to assist just in regards to the fact that we know we have to make up a difference of $3.4 million from our general fund. That would be very helpful if they have dollars that can be put there as well.
We appreciate that, Commissioner Shepard, and you and I have had conversations about not letting some of these engagement opportunities fall by the wayside. So might I recommend maybe a Zoom with me, you, Corinda Crossdale, she really is committed to partnering with us. So maybe we can get some questions on the table to see how we really can collaborate moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Perfect. Thank you. I'm all set, Commissioner LeBron.
Great. Up next would be Commissioner Malloy, Section 5.
Awesome, thank you. So just to piggyback on what Commissioner Shepard just brought up about the Lynx Academy, I really want to make sure that we're providing for the needs of kids who are out either on long-term suspensions, who need that extra help as they transition back into their buildings. I know that Camelot isn't an option for this school year, but can you perhaps enlighten us on some of the other options that have been considered? Have other alternative educational settings been considered, either through tutoring? Could someone just walk me through what other alternatives are out there that if we can't do Camelot for this coming year?
So right now we're still working with Camelot as a potential partner, even if it may not be to the extent funding that we had originally proposed. So they are a leading organization, and what best practices might be that to incorporate into our Lynx Academy. So we'll still be working with them with regards to what structures have worked for them in numerous urban settings across the country. So right now, that's what we're leaning on. And like I said, I'm in constant communication with them as recently as this week, really talking through what are we going to do to move forward our Lynx program.
And then just moving on, I just need a quick explanation, and I think the public would probably want to hear this explanation as well. Section 5, page 4, when looking at the North Star Learning Center, can you just explain the response that admin gave just to the public so they can hear it? There was an increase in funding from 2.5 million to just over 4 million in the proposed budget. So I was wondering just if you could explain, just so that I have a better understanding and that the public understands the reasoning behind that increase.
It's due to an increase of students coming back into that program. So with that, you'll see an increase in funding to accommodate the staffing and programming necessary for those students.
And where were those students coming from?
From Monroe 1 BOCES.
Okay. Thank you. All right, and then section 5, page 5, I just wanted a better understanding of the specific program cuts that were taking place at Oasis. It was reduced in their budget from 7.6 million to just over 6.1 million. Which groups are going to be most affected by those reductions?
Mr. Franklin.
Thank you. Primarily, this is a reduction in their EPI grant, EPE. I'm drawing a blank on what that acronym stands for. But they've seen, even though they're a solid performer, Oasis program has been seeing a slow reduction in EPI funding over the past couple of years. Primarily, this is their adult students or youth who have dropped out and are coming back for the GED.
Okay. All right, and then just my final question is section 5, page 8. Actually, I have 2 more questions, apologies. Considering, and this is just about the EPK programming, I have just kind of a question about some number differences I'm seeing on various pages. But one of the main questions I have is, considering how much of an increase in enrollment that we're expecting to see in our new pre-K centers, the pre-K, early pre-K programming, I see that in the budget book, it says 35 million to 36 million. Hold on, I've got to get to the right page here. This is section 5, page 8. Right, so one of the things that I noted was that that's not much of an increase, considering that we're going to be educating at least 500 more students in those centers. So are you essentially saying that you're going to be able to provide these EPK, UPK services for 500 more students, along with building renovations at 44 and 57 for only $1 million more? Are we going to see cost savings eventually by having those early childhood centers once they're renovated?
So a few points. One, I never introduced this as a cost savings measure for our budget process moving forward. So that's one piece. Two, and Mr. Franklin can clean this up for me, it's the same pot of money. It's just where you're allocating those resources. So the shift in seats, the money would follow the students, but it's still through grant funding is how we would fund each and every pre-K seat in the system. So Mr. Franklin, is that correct?
Superintendent, they hit the nail right on the head. That's the payments not going to the CBOs, funding our own centers.
All right, and then I think my final question then is just a comparison of numbers, because I think maybe I'm interpreting this the wrong way. Because we seem to have some different numbers in section 4 versus section 5 for the UPK, EPK programming. And so I might be misreading this, so I just need a little clarification. Because on section 4, page 125, the proposed early childhood budget says about 34 million. Whereas, but then on section 5, page 8, the budget is 36 million. So I just need some clarification on it. I might be looking at this the wrong way, but it just seems like the numbers are off. So if someone could just explain that in greater detail.
Mr. Franklin?
Thank you, Superintendent. What you see in section 5 is basically our UPK funding allocation from New York State. So it accounts for all the dollars. What you see in section 4 are pre-K services provided throughout a number of schools. Commissioner Malloy, I do have to ask you, what is the page you're looking at in section 4?
It was page 125. So the proposed early childhood budget was 34 million. Am I looking at two separate budget lines? Or are they the same?
Commissioner Malloy, yes, they are the same, but you may not see all the budgeted costs on page 125 of section 4. There are likely centrally budgeted costs that will get shifted over as the year goes on.
Okay, that provides some clarification. I appreciate that. Thank you. And those are all the questions I have for section 5.
Sorry, you guys. I gotta look for the person who's next.
I think I was.
Yeah, Commissioner Adams. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner White. You're right. President White, you're next.
All right. I'm looking at 1.13, which is on the question log. And this has been addressed by a number of board members already. And I know Ms. Webster provided a response, but the question states, what supports will be provided to all city? I recall Ms. Webster talking about people meeting and talking about their plans for integrating young mothers and interim health academy into all city. Did Ms. Webster provide a substantive description of what was going to happen in terms of programming? I know there was talk about making sure the people were separated, but Sheila, I'm sorry if I missed that part of your commentary, but did you talk about if anything came from that meeting of the school chiefs and building level staff about the substance of the programming that those folks will receive?
I did not get into those details, but I can indicate that the request was to reinstate a counselor as well as an assistant principal who is very well versed on meeting the needs of students at All City, as well as those that might be moving over from interim health. And I'm sorry, Commissioner White, if you could repeat the last part of your question.
I just was wondering, since some of these students, I don't want to be very direct about this, but I think there are some mental health challenges that some of those students have, and I'm worried and concerned that they may not receive the kind of services that they need. So that's my question. What type of services will be available to those students?
So I think you bring up a very important point. So one of the pieces that we spoke about is making sure that we reinstate pieces that we know need to be there now, which is the assistant principal, having a counselor that was originally removed, placed back, examining the full-time nurse. So that is a must, having a full-time nurse there. We would need to regroup with the All-City team along with Deputy Quick to examine very specific needs of students. We don't, and I want to clarify that it's not a separate space for anybody there. It's the opportunity to create viable spaces within the space that they have. And not every single student from from interim health would be a perfect match for All City. So we'd have to look at every single situation and make sure that we are making the decision that is in the best interest of the student. So we have not gotten into the specificity of every single student. We looked at the data and know there's about 40. So we would have to go back and do a deeper dive and ensure that we meet the needs of the students.
Again, to seriously consider for me whether it's a viable option, I would appreciate the more detailed response. I realize you didn't have a lot of time to do that, but many of these students, again, I'm trying to be delicate here, but have significant mental health challenges. They avoid going to school. I know, Sheila, particularly given your background, I know you're sensitive to these issues. I just don't want to shift students around and without knowing that the services are going to be available to them. The next question, so if you could elaborate further on 1.13, that would be appreciated. And again, I point out in my initial round of questions, this is my concern about, and I'm not going to be embarrassed or shamed into not repeating it. This is why Rochester suffers from some unique issues, which do require the support of our leaders in Albany and Washington. Next, I'm going to move on to your indulgence. Let's see, 1.34 in the budget question log. That particular section deals with a question that also came up in 1.49. And this is this issue of BOCES. Unless I'm reading it wrong, we spend approximately $30 million a year with BOCES. And unless my numbers are wrong, by reading 1.34, they service approximately 436 of our students. The answers to 1.34 indicate that of those 436 students who are serviced through BOCES, 60, we will take back 60. Now, I don't need the numerical breakdown now, but that's obviously a sizable amount of money. And one of the questions that I asked, I think it was in 1.49, was what would be the cost of just educating and supporting those 60 students? I'm looking at, I'm going to 1.49 right now, and I did ask how much of our BOCES service contract, proposed to be $30 million, can be performed in-house. If we do that, what would be the savings? And then of course you see the answer is we are anticipating a savings of $3 million in our BOCES costs by providing services for these students. I assume that's 60 students. There is a corresponding increase in expenditures to accommodate those students at North Star. I'd like to know, I don't need it now, but I'd like to know what that corresponding increase is, because if it's offset, if the $3 million is offset by the cost, I need to know that. But if it's not, and there's some savings, then I would ask the additional question, what about those additional 406, well, no, actually it'd be about 370 students. Why, and I don't need an answer for this now. If you can provide it, that's fine. But again, I'm looking back at 1.34. Again, there's some overlap between those two questions. How did we settle in on 60? And if there is indeed a savings by having those students come back, why didn't we opt to take back more from BOCES? Again, that's a $30 million contract, it appears, from the answer. And then the other.
If I could just respond to a few. So some of the expenditure that you see is BOCES provides all of our nursing services throughout the district. So that's going to be a revenue source. The 60 students is working with Ms. Morgan and her team to figure out what students could we bring back that we are equipped to provide mandated services for. That's why you see that 60 merging into North Star. We are not equipped for the other 400 students. We just don't have the programming and programmatic capacity at this time. So we're hoping to gradually bring more and more students back as our capacity increases in the district. But at this time, we are not prepared for all of those students to be transitioned back to the RCSD.
So when you say this, you don't have to answer this now, we don't have the programmatic capacity. I would need to know what that means. Secondly, I appreciate the fact that part of that $30 million is consumed by nursing services, but I need to know what percentage or what the exact dollar amount is for those nursing services, because that allows me to better understand what that $30 million is. But it would be extremely helpful if you could describe for me what programmatic capacity means. Does that mean staff? Does that mean we don't have programs? And again, I don't need that answer now, but that's a big bucket of money that is going to an outside agency. When we talk about solving our budgetary crisis, I frequently use the phrase, we need big ticket items. Picking a person out of one school and taking somebody out of central office is not going to get us there. So I'm intensely interested in the BOCES contract, and I need for you all to be a little bit more detailed in these responses, because this is a huge amount of money. And even alone, just telling me that some of that is nursing services, I can appreciate that. And obviously we could not supply that. But I would need to know what amount of that $30 million is consumed in nursing services. And there might even be some options for the county there. We might even be able to go to the county and ask for some funds. The other thing I need to know about BOCES is what's their effectiveness? This is a lot of money. And I'm wondering, and I'm not being critical, I just don't know. And again, it's my obligation to ask this question. This is a huge vendor with a huge contract. And I hear what you say, Terry, that we don't have the capacity to perform those services, but are they performing these services effectively? And you don't have to answer that now, but again, I'd like a little more detail on 1.34 and 1.49. Your indulgence is this is Commissioner Powell used to call this alibi questions. I forgot to mention 1.46. I asked a question about furloughs. The answer was discussions are occurring internally, but we have not yet approached any CBU regarding the possibility of furloughs. I want to reiterate, nobody on the Board of Education, certainly not me, thinks that we can force people to accept furloughs. The question was, is there any interest in furloughs? So the answer was, and I misspoke the other day, I thought I had read that they weren't interested, but apparently that wasn't the case. Now, Superintendent Dade, if you feel because these aren't negotiations, but if you feel that you have to answer that question in executive session, that's fine. I didn't think that it was a question that related to contract negotiations, but I want to reiterate, everybody, myself included, knows we can't force people into furloughs. The question is, have we approached them? And then the question was broken down even further by way of example. How much money would we save if we had, I said a 1 or 2 day, but a week furlough? Because I think someone said you can't do a week, you can't do a day, it's got to be a week. Assuming hypothetically that there was some interest, that there are teachers out there that are thinking, you know what? I don't want to lose that colleague of mine because he or she really loves children and is very effective. I don't want to lose that connection with that colleague because that will hurt my children, the children that I'm supporting. And I'm going to be a lesser of a teacher, not because I care less, but I need that colleague with me. Assuming that you had some members of the collective bargaining units that hypothetically wanted to do that, what would be the savings if X number of members in the collective bargaining unit agreed to take a week furlough? And again, let me repeat what I said the other day. No one is saying that these teachers aren't earning every dollar, but we're in, as you have said repeatedly, Superintendent Dade, to my last round of questions, we're in an unprecedented financial situation. We have to make some very difficult choices, but maybe hypothetically, some members of the collective bargaining units feel that they too understand we're in a very tough situation, and maybe they too feel like they have to make some very difficult choices, including hypothetically agreeing to a 1 week furlough. And how much would that mean if 100 or 200 or 300 or 400 people agreed to do that? How much could we save? And then we wouldn't have this conversation about your school versus my school, or that program versus this program, or cutting out this program that's working. Thinking about, I'm channeling Vice President Elliott. We have unfortunately had to cut programs that are working. We've forgotten because it was like yesterday's news. The Rise Academy, that they were on the rise. Number 19 had a teacher-led school. Mid-year cuts, that's gone, that's decimated. So I'd appreciate an update on that 1.46 if you could. 1.49, I've already addressed that. That's the BOCES issue. And I think I'm set, Chairperson LeBron.
Thank you. Oh, I see Commissioner Adams is back and he's next.
Thank you. I'm having technical difficulties over here, but they've answered most of my questions. The one about that Van just spoke on in reference to the interim help, about the resources moving. I was glad to hear that a counselor at least was going to be moving with them, because they definitely need all the support. They're kind of special. So my thing is, I want to get to Dr. Hooper. I have submitted a question, and in response to my question, I had got it was really an extended answer, telling me about the group model, the parent group model. I personally already know that the parent group model, they had stopped using that in 2014. So I was just really concerned why I was fed with that information. I know that's not the model. I know they got the AFE, Adult Family Educator, who are part of a different bargaining unit than some of the other workers here. They're part of RTA, actually. And she also had mentioned about, what is that? Rosie, Red Rosie.
Ready, Rosie.
I would like to know how many district pre-K parents actually use that. I'm not talking about, do not add up the CBOs usage. I want to know how many RCSD parents actually use that. And so if she could get that information back to me, I would appreciate it.
Okay, so if we could get the utilization of that program back to you, Mr. Adams, that would be great. Your previous question with regards to the parent group leaders, I just want to make sure that we're getting the right question to see if we can respond tonight or if that'll need to be a later one. So the parent group leaders, what was your question there?
It was the response I had got was just telling me my question with regard to AFE, adult family educator, formerly known as parent group leader. I was given a whole lot of information about the parent group leader not being a fit. I understand that that's not a fit. We stopped that model 6-7 years ago. We have the adult family educator model that we've been using. It's not the only model. It's not the only way that we engage parents, but it was a way of empowering parents that I promote giving the parent power to the parents. And that's what they did. That's what they're equipped to do. They have these are people with all kind of degrees and stuff. They have the ability to help give parents the power that I was just talking about Tuesday. This district gives out a lot of power to a lot of people, but they need to start giving something to the parents. And so I would just like to, I felt like the answer was just like too crowded. It was just too crowded. It was in response to my answer, why they was cutting or eliminating that program.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Adams. So first, I do want to let you know that I wish I was not putting all of our folks in this position. So I do want you to know that it started with me, asking for each department and across the organization to look at cuts that they could make while still providing services for our students and families. So I just wanted to make sure you knew that. And then Dr. Hooper, if you could kind of walk through the rationale for the AFE reductions and how we hope to still service our students and families would be great. Dr. Hooper, there you go.
Now you can hear me.
Yeah.
I wanted to let you know that, first of all, I value and respect the people who have been in the role of the adult family educator, and this decision had nothing to do with the level of their skills or their hard work or dedication. So let me first say that. I recognize that. We've had, with the shift of the Rochester Preschool Parent Program being under the principals, all of the pre-K staff are now under principals, and the only people who weren't was this group of adult family educators. And that has made it a little more difficult. It's been a more disconnected system, not because of the individuals themselves, but just because of the structure. And one of the areas that's been particularly difficult is getting bilingual parent people. And with the other model that we have, the pre-K parent liaisons, I have been able to get bilingual parent people that support the parents. So that is the other position that we have in the district that supports pre-K parents. And actually that position was in place before we ever had the parent group leaders or the adult family educators. It was the original position when we got our first state funded pre-K.
So they had parent liaisons when I went through it, but it was, I have to be honest with you and tell you, it was the group leader that made the difference. They brought us together every week and helped to get the parents engaged with each other. and I have relationships with parents. Like there would be like a dozen of us every Wednesday. We would get together, man, and we and learn how to advocate, and just put ourselves out there. And it kind of helped lead me to where I'm at today. But I also would like to. You had gave me answer about the red rosy, what you call it, in the seesaw.
Yeah. And those are electronic platforms that the teachers and staff are using now to connect with parents. What I've seen over the years is that in the last, I don't know, 5 or 6 years, most parents don't go to parent meetings anymore. A lot of times their work schedules don't allow it. We have parents that work multiple jobs and so on. So the ways that even the adult family educators have had to learn to connect have been with, parent-child activities at entry and drop-off and using these electronic platforms. And it is good that we've developed the ability to use those, because now in our current situation, it allows us to still be connected with the parents. So the way we're connecting with parents has changed a lot over these recent years.
So you're saying that you're getting a lot of good connection through Red Rosie and Seesaw?
Well, we're keeping connection. We're keeping a more constant connection, because sometimes they can have brief interactions throughout the day rather than like one parent meeting where you would attend physically.
Oh, so and the I just don't, from what I've been told, there's not been a lot of activity, not with our CSD pre-K parents on the Seesaw or the Ready Rosary. Also, the other thing, the RPPP is a parent program.
Mm-hmm. I agree. That's always been the premise, but we, in the pre-K program in general, our relationships with parents have always been one of the high points in all of our programs, regardless. For instance, I supervised the Florence Brown pre-K program for 6 years, and we had a pre-K parent liaison there who was bilingual and met with parents, as you're talking about the parent group leaders doing, had very good relationships with them. And even in that model, as I left there, I saw where it had to transition more to using some of these other forms of communication because our lifestyles have changed.
Okay, my final request here is to you, is that you know me personally, that I never had a hidden agenda. It's always been about what's good for the community and the kids. Can you not even consider looking somewhere else?
Well, I can tell you that the adult family educators were not the only staff cuts I had to make in my department. So I did cut other positions, and I left with what I thought we could, still run a high quality program with. And I do have to share that there is a significant cost savings between the pre-K parent liaisons and the adult family educators, and that was a part of the reason.
And Mr. Adams, we're gonna, as we hear feedback from the board, we're still gonna try to piece this thing together. We're hearing you loud and clear. We know where you stand, Mr. Adams.
Yeah, I'm gonna be voting no on that.
I know where you stand. So as we get that feedback from the board, we'll go back, but we sincerely know where you stand.
All right. You can go ahead. Beatrice.
Yes. Next person up is Commissioner Vice President.
I'm freezing. My thing is keep freezing.
Okay. Is about the African American position. We have worked very hard over the years, and to see that position is going to be unfunded when you have a majority population of African American students and African American families, and to cut that, to eliminate that at the expense of not providing when we're not going to, when we need to have someone in that role, in my view, to be able to make aware throughout the district the need for African American students in particular and students in general to know about African American history. And so the teachers don't have the time to really, research those sources per se. Having that person in that role helps us to helps the district and the school buildings to get those sources to be able to ensure that the African American experience is included in the curriculum. African Americans have contributed far more than just Martin Luther King, than slavery, those kinds of things. And so it is important that our students, particularly African American students, understand their history. Part of the reasons why our students are not in school is because we're not teaching them anything from their experience. And with this position, it was to ensure that we have somebody in there who is advocating the kind of instruction needed for African American students so that they know who they are. They know a whole lot about white history. We all unfortunately enter into this America with a white racist mentality that we have to unprogram ourselves to. And so when we have children who are going through this system based on a white supremacist platform, if we were to have the kind of balance with an African American curriculum and that being infused into the instruction, they won't come out being as bit as many of us have been, because we've had to change our own mindset. And I don't know how many know about the doll test. Even when a black child is 5 years old, and when they're given a doll, the white doll versus a black doll, they always talk about the black doll being the bad doll and the white doll being the good doll. Education helps us to balance that out. And so I want to ensure that position is reconsidered to be restored, because I think in that role, it offers a lot more to our African American students in particular. And then also it shows other populations the kind of contributions that have been made by African Americans in this country, and even beyond this country. And it is a specific, systemic, by design, that Black folk are not taught their history in our school system. And I'd like to see that change. We fought too hard to have that position there, and for it to be cut. And to my mind, it will be a detriment to our students. And then, here again, Mr. Superintendent, I don't want you to get aspirational, because this has not been done in the past. When you have a majority white female population teaching our kids, they're going to teach from their perspective, and they're not going to have, and even then their own thinking, they think that Black folk are inferior. And so it would help them as well to change their thinking, so that we have more of a society that's equal, but not having a white supremacist paradigm, and with everyone thinking that Black folk are inferior. And I'll leave it at that.
Commissioner LeBron.
Terry, do you want to respond, or did you want?
No, feedback noted. We have a lot of things that we have to take under consideration as we move forward.
Commissioner LeBron. Commissioner LeBron, you're muted.
Sorry, I'm going to go to the next commissioner's turn.
I just wanted to add something to what Commissioner Elliott just said.
I know, but if you can note it, that's what I've been doing, is noting, and then you can respond when we go back, because we have one more section after this.
Okay, that's good.
Commissioner Powell, it's your turn.
Okay, I think every single board member has spoken to the EPK, UPK question. And so this is kind of answered since people first started asking questions, but I want to just focus and ask if I've got this right, okay? Using the answer that Commissioner Adams just brought up, question 1.14 on page 6, I looked at the response number 2, and is it correct that we in the past have spent over $1 million more on UPK than the UPK grant? And is the overarching issue here that the need to, and the cutting of the group leaders, among other things, is the goal here to balance the UPK program so that it's using exclusively UPK dollars, much like the school lunch fund being sort of a self-balancing or exclusive? Is that the goal here?
So the goal isn't primary usage of any funding. It's really to meet my request of funding reductions in each department. So this was Dr. Hooper's analysis of where she could make reductions and still move the program forward.
Okay, but clearly we cannot reduce the UPK program below the UPK grant. So how much more does this budget dedicate to UPK students than the grant funding? Or does it come out as equal?
Mr. Franklin?
Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, Superintendent. It really does come out equal, the UPK spending equal to the grant.
Okay. President White touched on BOCES. I have a slightly different take on that question. When the East High EPO was brand new, the then commissioner directed us by edict to send a certain number of students to BOCES for CTE programs. Has that edict gone away? I know we didn't get very many students take up that offer.
I don't think we have that anymore, at least in my recollection of what's happened this year.
Okay, I thought it was kind of a stupid edict, but we did what we were told. Following up on Commissioner Shepard's question about youth and justice, this whole section on the program profiles is laid out differently than any other part of the book. I want to look at those section 5, pages 9 and 10 again. Unlike, some of the other programs, the expenses and revenues don't perfectly match, but where did the general fund revenue line, how was that created? Is that just per pupil aid for the students that drop into the youth and justice program? Is that per pupil per day? Or is this some of the funding that we get when we provide instruction for students that did not originate in from Rochester City proper and came from other parts of the county, or what?
Mr. Franklin, and before you answer, Commissioner Powell, there are currently 12 students from East attending CTE at BOCES.
12, okay.
Mr. Franklin?
Thank you, Superintendent. The revenues generated here reflect the New York State aid for incarcerated youth. There is general fund revenues in section 4 throughout the entire school section. They would also accommodate the disparity between the lower revenue and the higher expense.
Let me make sure I understood what you just said. That there's general fund aid that is specific to incarcerated youth. It's not a grant.
That is correct, Commissioner Powell.
And those are the dollars that we're seeing under the general fund line.
Yes, Commissioner, part of it.
Do we collect tuition from other districts in the county when we provide instruction in the Youth and Justice Program?
Commissioner, we do have that billing ability, yes.
But you haven't allocated the revenue, you haven't estimated revenues from that? Or is that built into this general fund?
Commissioner Powell, the New York State aid for incarcerated youth is less than the general fund revenue you see on here. I believe billings from other districts would be included on this particular line.
Okay. I would just suggest that that this page maybe needs to be presented differently from the other programs, just to make it more clear what the sources of those revenues are, because clearly because the aid from the state is lower than other students, and clearly we have to subsidize to the tune of $3.5 million from our regular general fund or aid dollars to keep this program working. Perhaps we can break out all of those 3 revenue streams: the state incarcerated youth aid, the tuition from other districts, and then show how much we have to support it on our own, just to make it clear. I mean, the other programs come close to balancing with their grant funding. This doesn't even come close, and it just begs the question, what's going on there?
Thank you. That's a good point.
I had another question, but I completely lost my train of thought. Don't know how I can get it back. And the rest of my questions basically point to round 2, but I really have to get this in here before I can even be comfortable asking all my round 2 questions. We still do not have a capital improvement plan in our budget book. When are we going to see it? We're going to need a whole nother deadline for questions on it, because it wasn't made available to us to ask questions about it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes. I'm sorry to say we've been making our facilities staff and architects rewrite the CIP. First, we included 10 million of cash capital for them to account for. We've reduced it down to 5 million, and we've thrown them another curveball by asking them to zero out all the cash capital. But they're really good and are committed to turning that around very quickly.
But when will we see it?
Commissioner, well before you are expected to vote on this budget.
Okay, but when will we be able to ask our questions about it? I know I'm putting, these questions are very pointed and they're putting you on the spot. The reason I'm asking them is this is not the first time that we have not seen the capital improvement plan, you know, prior to the finish of our deliberations. And the end result of that is that we don't ask any questions about the CIP. And then when the contracts start coming up before us, we're, you know, during the course of the year, we're kind of flat-footed because the answer is always, well, it was in the CIP. And our answer back was, yeah, but we didn't get any time to review the CIP before we approved the budget.
We will commit to you, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And up next, oh, I'm up next. So I do want to point out to Commissioner Powell's point, and I do want to just reiterate that I would like to actually see the capital plan as well before the April 30th deliberation. And I know we extended it today by virtue of adding 2 additional hours ahead of time. But I do think it's going to be critical, not only for us to have the opportunity to review it with it in advance to that, but I do want to point out that I followed up with the state auditors around my original proposal to the board and the superintendent when we were doing the brainstorming session, was asking City Council for 2 years of the cash capital. And I'm going to pull back on that and just support asking for just this year and having in-depth conversation with them and having the understanding that we're just kind of pushing back potential capital projects that need to be done in another year, and that could end up costing us more in the long run. So I just want to put that on the record that I will just support the ask for this year. And also in that note, also support the 8%, again, having in-depth conversations with the auditors about why they made that recommendation in their exit interview to the administration, but also primarily the clawbacks that are a very real threat to our district this year and our state and county elected officials as well in their budgets. So just want to throw that on the record, but I just had a few just follow-ups from some of the Q&As that have been asked. I want to go back to the all city staff, the request that was mentioned about keeping the 2 individuals in their staffing with absorbing the additional program. Are we going to be able to honor that request for them?
Absolutely.
LeBron, hi. Yes, at this point that I have been confirmed through Deputy Quick that we will be able to honor that.
Okay, great. And then I know that BOCES keeps coming up, but I would get very nervous around the BOCES conversations without an actualized plan. And for me, I need to be able to see if we're bringing all these students in, how we're actually going to be able to provide these services. Because just saying that we're going to be able to provide the services without an actual plan of FTEs, cost analysis, where they're going to go, how we're going to service them, then for me, it just feels like lip service and a disservice to our students who will ultimately suffer when we're bringing them in and we're not prepared to bring them in in a large chunk like that.
Yeah,
So
and we'll back it up with data and documents. So this is not going to be lip service. This is not going to be something that comes up in an audit later that we didn't have a plan for. These are our North Star students. So we will be able to show how they will flow into North Star, the restructuring of North Star, and how we're going to meet those students' needs.
Can I ask when that plan will be made available? Because we're voting on May 7th and I would like to see it before then.
We can have it to you next week.
Okay. And also just to clarify that I'm making that point in reference to some conversations about bringing potentially even more students back and cutting the budget that was talked about for BOCES. I just want to throw that out there. So you may have a plan right now for 60, but trying to bring in 200 without a plan I just don't want us to be put in a situation now we're disservicing students even further. I do want to go back to Mr. Adams' questions that he asked around the early childhood education and the conversations around Ready Rosie and Seesaw. And I've mentioned this a number of times. School 15 uses Seesaw at different grades. I personally love the app. My daughter's teacher, Miss Smith, is wonderful with it. I do get to see when my daughter was in school, every day she would upload videos and just projects that they were working on. And as a visual aid, a communication aid, I can submit questions to her. That way she can submit questions or work or follow up for us. She can send us notices of upcoming field trips or reminders. And I know that they put a lot of work into that. Now, Ready Rosie, however, let me just throw this out here. I've been around for a long time in this community. And when Ready Rosie was first introduced and how it was presented that it was going to engage parents, I'm telling you from personal experience, I've never seen it engage parents at the same level. And I'll also mention, I've been a parent in this district over 18 years. I've been a parent in this district. And School 15 and Sophia's experience as a parent is the first time that I'm using an app and to have that parent communication and engagement. But I know that I've had conversations in other roles that committees and things that I'm involved in around Ready Rosie, and it makes me very nervous if that is what we're using currently or saying that that's what we're going to use in replacement of human parents contact or parent engagement, because I do think that the position that the pre-K individuals have goes beyond and above of even parent liaisons in our schools and engagement just by design of it. So I do understand that the positions on paper cost more money, but I will say that they do more and they're expected to do more for their salaries. So those are the questions I have, comments I have around some of the things that has been said. But in regards to questions in section 5, I guess for me, I had a question around page 5, section 2, and the program director and chief being labeled as TBD. I have a personal issue even seeing resolutions with TBD. It drives me absolutely insane. And my expectation is that that page gets replaced before we vote. So do we know currently who's going to be overseeing that home hospital tutoring program?
Which position is that?
Page 5, section 5, page 2, at the very top, the program director and chief is left blank. It says to be determined.
Yeah, we're still making those decisions of, what chief would oversee that. I'm not sure that would be a budget conversation. It's just we haven't determined kind of where in the organization that will lie.
Okay. Well, I just want to point out that for me, anything with numbers, resolutions, or even drafts, even though I know we're in a draft stage, I like to know and have a clear understanding of who's going to be accountable for that program. And I know ultimately everything falls on you, superintendent, but in this community, it falls on you and this board. Our community, we are the ones that hold down that accountability piece, not only as electeds, but you as the hired superintendent to oversee the entire district. And I know that oftentimes there are other individuals who make decisions, but this community will never get to know them or see them, or not everyone, but a vast majority of decision makers. I do want to go back to section 5, page 8, if we can start there. And Commissioner Malloy actually asked some of my questions about the discrepancies in some of the numbers in the pages. But I do want to point out that you said you never presented this as a cost savings, but with all due respect, and so not to be controversial towards you, Terry, I remember the very first presentation, these cuts in special education, UPK, were presented as a cost savings. When I pushed back on that, there was a second presentation, your chief of staff said that this was going to be cost neutral. And so I want to point out that this is not cost savings or cost neutral, and that part of some of these reshifting in dollars it has a fiscal impact across our other schools and programs. But the board did vote to move forward with this, so I just want to throw that out there. And that's on record. Like people can go back to watch that, and I just want to be clear that we're clear in how this was presented from the beginning and how we got here. The board ultimately did support it, so I'll just say that. And that's all I have for this section. And I think we're done. And now we are moving on to section 7, which is the Educational Partnership Organization, East, and the EPO. Actually, I'm sorry, before I go to that section, President White, did you want to follow up to Commissioner Elliott's remarks before we move on to the section?
Yeah, I just wanted to, since it is rightly so turned into a sort of a guidance section for the superintendent. He is often saying, okay, point well taken, we'll take that under advisement. I did not want my voice to be silent on a couple of suggestions that were made. Very briefly, I support in principle what Vice President Elliott says. I think this is the African American Studies chair as a vital position to this district. And many of us on the board have long history, and we've watched that department struggle. And I can honestly say, I think the current director has brought some significant forward progress. He's not there yet, but I think to take that department out now would be a mistake. So I just wanted to share that with the superintendent so that he would know I share Vice President Elliott's views. I also very briefly want to say I share Commissioner LeBron's views, and I'm sure others, on the role of the special education chief. And I endorse, and I didn't endorse a lot about the DE's report. There were things that I disagreed with, but I always support the notion that special education had to be put in a special place. And what we were doing in the past was not working. And with all due respect, Superintendent Dade, I know you are committed to making things different, but I think there's a reason why the distinguished educator put that there even before you got there, because what we were doing in the past was not working. And then I just wanted to lend, I think I had my voice to concerns about young mothers. I think I asked some questions, so you know where I stand on that. Similarly, RIA, I think it was Commissioner Malloy, or it might have been Commissioner Powell. I think a number of people have spoken to the unique way in which RIA has integrated citizens who've gone through some traumatic experiences, integrated them into society. And this model that you would take siblings and keep them paired up with their older siblings is really quite unique. And what's truly ironic is that, I'll go back to my theme, the state has shepherded people through that building. People across the country have come to see what they have done at RIA. And the irony here is, again, I'm not sure if this is done for educational purposes or cost-saving purposes, but let us not forget that people across this nation have recognized what RIA is doing, and they realize that it is very unique and very powerful. And yes, while we could take students and move them K through 6 through the rest of the district buildings and maybe do it with some degree of success, it's already a successful program. Now, having said all that, let me say I am mindful, unless the state or the feds step up and do the right thing, I'm going to keep on saying that at every budget deliberation we have to make some difficult choices. So to my colleagues, I will reiterate what the superintendent has said. If we're going to not accept his advice and his counsel on eliminating programs, we're going to have to find where that money's coming from. And that's quite literally, folks. I've spent every waking minute of my day in phone conversations about this. Just this earlier today, I was in a conference with the chancellor and someone from the Big Five. So I continue to look for those stones that have to be unturned to find money to support these things that we're telling the superintendent are very valuable. And as Vice President Elliott said, very successful. It's not that they're valuable, but some of these programs, by the numbers, by the performance indicators, are very successful. And let us not forget, there is a graveyard of successful programs that consists of number 19 and the RISE program that we already made tough decisions on. Enough of that. We don't need to go to any more funerals of successful programs. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay. Up next, section 7. And following the order, Commissioner Shepherd, you're up first.
I don't have any questions at this time.
Okay. Commissioner Malloy.
Hi. All right. So this is the EPO section, correct? Just want to make sure I'm in the right
7.
place. So I'm assuming that Superintendent Nelms will be answering these questions?
Yep, I'm on.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Eileen Pierce.
Hi, Eileen. Carleen, rather. I'm sorry. Very quickly, can you just maybe go through, because I know that there have been a number of concerns brought up by the community just regarding the number of administrators at East High School. And I would just like a little more clarification about how many administrators you have, and compare that perhaps to other parts of the district.
So I think, thank you, Commissioner Malloy, and Carlene, you can find the exact number. We did reduce one this year and we reduced one in previous years. What's important to note, and we've explained this before, is that there are administrators who serve in the central office function because we don't use certain parts of the organization. For example, Carlene Pierce is our own CFO. Lorna Washington serves as our liaison to the state and to the community, so like an assistant superintendent or chief. We have our own athletic director there, Eric Robinson. We have an individual who was an assistant principal who converted to all of our data and accountability, because in receivership, you have to have extensive data to prove yourself and to justify your work in receivership. We have a freshman academy as part of our design. So there is another administrator focused on the freshmen, and that was part of the research done at the University of Chicago. So I wanted to make sure that individuals understand the context of the administrators. And what has happened, unfortunately, is there have been a lot of misstatements and inaccurate statements about East without having context for much of anything, because we haven't been asked. So the administrative load, Carly can give that answer, is broken up between two schools. It's between the lower school and the upper school, and then also individuals within central office, and that would be Carlene, myself, and Lorna. But we also have an athletic director who oversees East, but also supports 2 elementary schools in the community. We have a special ed liaison, because when we were cited, special ed was a huge concern. We had only 4% of our students graduating with a Regents diploma over the course of 4 years. So we had to address that. But the total number, Carlene, if I'm giving her time to count, what, Carlene?
Okay, so where you're going to find that information, Commissioner Malloy, is on actually page 16. That is absolutely the number, and I know Commissioner LeBron had raised this question as well, but the total number within the administrative portion of our budget is actually, this year it's going to be 10.3. And so then when you break it out onto the individual schools, the central office team was kind enough to show you that information on page 10 of section 7. You're going to find in the lower school that you have 1 lower school principal and 2.1 vice principals. And similarly, in the upper school, you're going to have 1 upper school principal, the freshman academy director, which is at a 0.10 there because the rest of his portion reports directly into Sean. And then you have, we have 4 vice principals, in the upper school. So again, that's all broken down on within the individual pages that central office has provided in the budget book. And I'm happy to take that further.
And just another question, just a couple follow-up questions. So you have a principal of the lower school and 2 APs, you said?
Mm-hmm.
So how many students are you serving with those administrators?
We have about 160 kids at grades, and these are estimates. So it was built to have 160 kids at grade 6, 160 kids at grade 7, and 160 kids at grade 8 with those individuals. So essentially we would have a 1 to 160 ratio. And there currently are, I believe, 160 at 6, 160 at, 160 at 7, 160 at 8. I don't have the exact numbers. And there's a small number of 6th graders because we were, because the MOU and directive from the school board to partner with 33 never materialized for a variety of reasons. So we had a decision to make around the continuation of grade 6. We talked about that with the state because it is part of our model, grade 6 through 8 at one point, and also with the district. And we were anticipating or hopeful that we would be able to grow that 6th grade out. And that is one of the considerations we have after next school year. If there is no cooperation with the district to create a pipeline, we may have to consider changing the lower school configuration to 7, 8. I say that with some hesitancy because we know of the kids who are there at ease from grade 6, 7, 8, and then through 9. Their literacy rates far exceed students who come to us in 7th grade. And this model was designed to get kids earlier because they were lacking proficiency prior to the EPL. What I mean by that is 99% of the students scored below proficiency in ELA and math before we entered. And so we had to catch them up. And without viable curriculum in grades pre-K through 5, we had to get them situated and started much, much, much sooner. So that is the so the ratio in lower school for administration was 160 to 1. That was by design. And then at grades 9 to 10, 11, 12, it's 1 to 180 to 200, depending on how many kids are each cohort. And at 9th grade, there is an extra person, not extra, there's a person there that's focused on the freshman class in particular.
How does that ratio compare to what we see at other schools throughout our CSD? Do you have that comparison?
No, I don't have their comparison. I don't know their models in other schools. Okay. I know that another factor I would look into is the actual attendance rate of all schools. More than 85% of our kids attend, and so kids are there, and the ratio is much more accurate based on who attends school. But that's something that we can find and answer for you later.
We would probably expect, though, to see similar ratios at your school, which is a community school, and perhaps school 17, though, correct?
Yeah, and then in the Rise school also, before the current decisions.
All right. And then what is the total population of East High School?
About a little less than 1,100.
1,100?
And in the new, I know it's hard to presume, in the new agreement that was approved by the board in February, we are starting July to start growing out more students at East, starting in grade 7 and 9. So you would kind of take those 2 transition years and build out. The reason why we chose next year to start slowly is because remember, a third of the building is still under construction. When we began this project, we knew that a third of the building would not be available to students. So in the 2021-22 school year is when we would be able to take a large number of students coming back to East. We just couldn't do it over the last 5 years because we've been under construction. And that was explained to the board, 5 years ago.
What do you anticipate then will be the number of students that you can accommodate in your building? Because I know East is significantly smaller than a lot of our other high schools. Yep. And I know East used to have, almost 2,000 students years ago.
Yeah, about 35 kids in the class, yeah.
Well, I was student teaching at East, and I don't remember there being 35 kids in the class, but
they were scheduled
that
to be there.
That was a long time ago. But
yeah, no, they were scheduled to be there. They weren't showing up.
Okay. I was also teaching French at the time, so maybe kids weren't choosing the French language.
Right.
So my other question, I guess, is, can we accommodate more students at the high school? What do you think the ideal total number would be at East High School?
Yeah, we absolutely could. And I think, as we try to collaborate and communicate with one another thoughtfully, those are decisions we should be talking about together. And, we did present that, to the board, that we are looking to grow out the numbers. We explained that we're taking 3 special ed classes next year. We just ordered furniture for those classes. And when the school is at full capacity in terms of size, we should start to build it out, based on district need. Right now, we were expecting 20 to 40 kids per year growing out over the course of 5 years. So, an additional 300 to 400 kids at East. So we're looking at a total of around 1,500.
Okay. So right now you have just under 1,100 students,
Yep.
but you have 242 employees.
Yes, I guess I'm not sure exactly what the number is. That would be secretaries and support staff and all that stuff.
So that seems, forgive me for asking tough questions here, but I think a lot of people in the community look at East and there seems to be that lack of equity, right? When you compare the number of staff members that you have there compared to other schools. So those are questions that I'm fielding from a lot of my constituents, and there's a big concern about that. And in this time of budget cuts, how can we continue to justify that staffing level when other schools are continuing to take so many cuts?
Yeah, I think if I were asked that question, I have been asked that question quite a bit, even before this year. I think the biggest difference is when the state decided to put the school in receivership, you had 5 options. It was converted to a charter. It was to close it, to do a phase in, phase out model, which did not work in this district previously, to have the SUNY system run it, or to turn it into a receivership. And there were certain requirements that were mandated, including an extended day. We had to address the chronic absenteeism. We had to address the reading levels and the math levels. And we created a plan that the board approved then and approved again to address that. So the question becomes, I guess the answer that I would give is, East model is a model. It's a written plan. And so if we can account for each of the staff members and their impact and their value add to the system, then I would say that it's where the staffing should or should be. Where I struggle sometimes is when we're being compared to schools that don't have a program, they don't have viable curriculum, and don't have accountability for the use of its staff. I'll give you an example of that. We had an employee who left another school who said that they had a large number of support staff who basically serve as study halls. And so I would say, it's not the number of staff, it's what you do with them. So if you give me 4 reading teachers and they're not even teaching reading, then that's problematic. What I would say is each staff member has a unique skill set that's targeted towards our students. And I'm not unapologetic for that, because our kids are benefiting from it. So I understand that the district we all are under tight constraints, and we have reduced. I would also remind people that we returned nearly $19 million over the last 5 years to the district. How that was used to support other schools, I'm unsure. This year, we returned money to the district at the beginning of the year in July 1. How that was returned to the district to support programs, I'm unsure. And we've also used our grant funds meaningfully to supplant some of the costs of our teachers every single year, so that we continue to be as frugal and as tight as we can, while also protecting the integrity of the program. I said this at a board meeting, I think a month ago. There's 2 ways to budget. And successful schools will allow their programs to drive the dollars, and other schools let the funding drive the program. That means if you're going to make a cut, I heard someone talking about this earlier, if you're going to make a cut and you don't know the programmatic implications of it or impact of it, then it says a couple of things. One is there is no program, so you can cut anything and it'll just happen. Or there's not a deep conversation about the value add of that program. What I'm maintaining to you and to the commissioners, and what I did before the vote in February, was to say that this program is working because we can account for each member and their production. That's not to say that that it was equity or not. I think lowering a standard, or that submarine analogy that Ricardo used, that's called equality. That's not equity. I mean, equity is based on a set of standards and norms, and we have standards and norms established. And again, I don't envy the position that we're all in as a community, but we have been fiscally responsible every single year. We account for all of our staff members. and we continue to support the work of students and families. So that's what I would answer if someone were to ask me that same question. And the vast majority of the community understands that.
And then
I just think some of the misinformation that was shared the last 2 days has really caused additional concern that was unnecessary.
Well, I think one misperception that a lot of people who aren't familiar with RCSD perhaps haven't throughout the broader community, because we talk a lot about the partnership, right, with the U of R. And I love the work that's taking place at East. I'm an alumnus for my bachelor's and master's from the U of R, and I wouldn't be where I am today had it not been for Warner School. And I respect the work that's being done and that partnership. But with that being said, I think there's a misperception in the community about that partnership, because that partnership is being paid for in its entirety, I think, by the school district, correct? Can you correct me if I'm wrong? We're footing the bill. U of R is not footing this bill for us. Can you talk about what's that partnership then? Is it truly a partnership if they're not paying for this? This is just a question I've fielded a lot from my constituents.
Yeah, I would say the first 3 years of the partnership, a lot of the funding was through separate federal grants, PSSG and CSSG grants. And there was rollover funds that went into year 4. Am I saying that correct, Carlene? So the first 3 years of grants were there to supplant a lot of the funding for the partnership. That allowed us to right size East to start to give back more money, because we wanted to make sure we were spending every possible dollar. What I think people fail to understand is that there are a ton of in-kind supports from the university. You look at the partnerships with the dental lab, with the From Eye Institute, the School of Nursing, Simon, Eastman, they've all had parts to play within the school for in-kind support and resources and time and energy. They also have dedicated a large chunk of their communications team. They've given a ton of free professional development or in-kind professional development, which they would charge districts for normally. Their legal team has supported a lot of the work that's done, including, we had to fight one of our student athletes. So there are a ton of things that university has done. The other thing that people don't realize, who are not following this closely, is that the trustees and the donors of U of R have also supported many activities that give our kids opportunities. For example, we take our kids to Washington, D.C. every single year at a clip of about $80,000 per year. That's paid for by the University of Rochester and its partners. We send kids away to band, art, and music camps and athletic camps. That's paid for by the University of Rochester through their own separate funds. So you're absolutely right. I think that there is a lot of misinformation about the model of the EPL. I think there's a lot of misinformation about the value add of the University of Rochester. But I will say that every year we have accounted for every single dollar, and we're able to demonstrate its success. And I think we'll continue to do that given the chance. But yeah, I think, and again, I said this, the last couple of days in the media and to folks who called and board members who reached out. I think that we have to remember that we have 2 different funding streams, and we have we're 2 separate superintendents, and we have our own separate priorities, and we have to stay in our lanes and focus and collaborate as we can. And I think that this, unfortunately, has become a convenient distraction for a larger conversation that we have to face collectively as a school community.
Well, you know how I feel about East, and I'm a huge champion of East High School. And certainly some of the questions that I was just asking, that I know those answers, but right. I need to make sure that the public heard your answers to those as well. I know the number of students that you serve, but the community doesn't necessarily know the answer.
Those are all fair and legit questions. And all I ask is, and what the board has done for me for the last 5 years, is to allow us to tell the truth and to make sure that the right narrative is out there. And we've done that at every single board meeting. And I've gotten some really tough questions from some of you along the way about that. And as I should be held accountable, but I do appreciate that given the opportunity that the correct information can be shared directly with the community and not articulated by folks who may not even.
My final question though is, that this is a very challenging situation that we're in. Yep. And I know that it's been recommended that $6 million more be cut from East's budget. can you give us an idea of the impact that would have on your programming? Would that effectively end the relationship that we have with the U of R? Would that end your program? I mean, we need some givebacks though from East, right? And I hate that these conversations aren't taking place in other forums, right? That they have to take place here. But, you know, that's, I think, a legitimate question. Can we cut more? What else can we do?
Yeah, your first question is, will the $6 million in the partnership with the University of Rochester? The answer is yes. It's not essentially it would end, and that would be unfortunate. And when I say it would end, it would completely destroy and change the model that we agreed to, and the model that we have a contract signed off on to continue the work. It also has to be negotiated and discussed with the state, because we are still in receivership, and there are mandates from the state that have to be addressed. So, you know, what I would say to the board is it was a shocking and surprising discovery on Tuesday, and I think that you know, we have become, you know, the convenient scapegoat for all things budget related recently. But yeah, it would destroy the model. The request is designed to, you know, suggest that U of R is no longer needed within the school. And we would have to, you know, take the direction of the board and act accordingly. But I think that would be a huge mistake. I think there are families I know there are families who send their kids there starting last year in 6th and 7th grade, thinking they were going to finish out the program. And to make a decision in April that would change the lives of the entire school, especially when they're not even here. I mean, you think about this, they left with COVID-19, they come back to a school that's completely different, and the model they signed up for would be devastating for the community. And I think we would lose a lot of trust from individuals, not just at U of R, but within the community.
Well, thank you. Those are all the questions that I have.
Great, honest questions.
Okay, up next is Commissioner White, President White. Any questions on Section 7?
No questions, thanks.
Okay, Commissioner Adams, any questions?
Yeah. My question is, what did you do to my kids? I've explained this before. When they had a 3-day vacation for Thanksgiving, a 4-day vacation, my kids were upset and wanting to get back to the school. I couldn't understand it. So I just need to know, what did you do to make my kids love that school so much?
Yeah. Well, they are taking advantage of every single opportunity. And not only taking advantage of, they're bringing their friends along with them. Yeah, I think we all know that the model was created to give students voice. And the article I shared with you says that. And I think all kids who are actively engaged are taking advantage of that and trying to get them ready for college, career, or the military, whatever they choose to do. And it starts with a solid program. And I think we created that, grades 6 through 12. But thanks.
That's it, Mr. Adams. Commissioner Elliott.
Yeah, I just say, you know, Sean knows that I think that the model is, sorry about that, that I think that the model is expensive. And so when you look at that, and I know that this was a part of the rationale for the U of R to enter into agreement with it. But when you look at that, there is a superintendent, a deputy superintendent, a budget analyst, 2 principals. I don't know if there's vice principals there. You know, people are looking at that, and it's for one school and for approximately 800 students. And so, you know, there's some conversation around the community, around the school community about, you know, fairness, and that it seems to Commissioner LeBron that there's an increase in funding for the school. And so, you know, that's the reality that we've got that. And so, you know, the question becomes, you know, how, and not a question for you, Sean, but just that, you know, how do we, you know, close the budget gap, you know, and then And, you know, as I heard today from some people, you know, people are going to do what they have to do on behalf of kids. But it would just be nice if they could have, you know, some of the similar resources that we all know. And one of the issues have been is that, you know, nobody's going to give us, the state is not going to give us the amount of money it takes for East to have that kind of progress for all the other schools. And so that's a concern, and that's something that we have to figure out how do we address that, because you know, some people are feeling that there's more support there than in other schools. So, and that's all I'll say.
Thank you, Commissioner Elliott. Just a couple of things. I want to just be clear that not from you, but there was a comment about East having an increase in their budget. That's not true. The budget book as presented to the board is not correct for East numbers. We've shared that with the budget folks and the board on March 12th, April 2nd, April 14th. I hope you guys get the correct numbers, not just for East, but perhaps other schools too, as we factor in grant funds and such. We also, I want to say that part of the grant, part of the proposal that was agreed upon includes a technical assistance center. And this is what we talked about for the last year, is that what schools are asking for is, I get calls from principals all the time throughout RCSD and from teachers who want to have access to the curriculum. You know, we made that available to RCSD 2 years ago, and we did it again last summer, and we did it throughout this year in terms of getting access to the central office staff to be able to implement or use some of that. There are so many elements of East that can be easily and adapted in other schools for little to no cost and cost at all. I mean, the curriculum that was a huge part of the cost of East the first 3 years is district property. It's your intellectual property, and it's not in the hands of other schools. So there are so many parts of the restorative practice, some of the work we do, anchoring to the work of our community, partnering and getting funds from community members. Those are all things that we could be helping schools do and use so they're not using district or state or funds to accomplish some of these goals. What I'm really hoping happens after all this settles and perhaps there's a meeting of the minds is that we really take a deep look of what's happening there and see if we can start to pilot that with other schools and using the resources. So the original design of the Technical Assistance Center was to have our teacher leaders spend some of their days in other schools with teachers providing professional development. That's not for extra pay. That's sharing and utilizing resources to get other schools up and running. I think we have to think about this from a larger scale and from a more programmatic standpoint. That is, you know, that's something that I do for a lot of districts, and when I have done consulting work, is help them understand how to maximize the intellectual capital within the districts and to get schools to perform. And so I'm hoping that over the course of the next few years that we take advantage of the Technical Assistance Center and we start to see and implement some of these activities and interventions in other schools and being very thoughtful about that. But you are absolutely right. I think that there has to be a balance between equity and equality. And we can't shut down every school and say, well, if all schools are not performing well, we feel good about ourselves, and no one's claiming that. I've heard not one person claim that's the goal. But we also can't keep removing programs that are successful, let the entire district bottom out, and then build back up. We're going to lose credibility with individuals throughout the community, and so I'm being very thoughtful about that, and I'll continue to look for cuts. That's been my promise to the board for 5 years, and I'll continue to do that. But $6 million is not a good request. It's not a fair request, and it's not one that accounts for what we've saved over time. $6 million equates to about 90 teachers. You can't run a school cutting 90 teachers between now and July. So we're going to continue to, with the blessing of the board, continue this project and continue to look for efficiencies. And every time there's a retirement or there's a movement, we have not replaced. Our one assistant principal went over to School 45, is doing a good job there. We didn't replace her position, we cut it. So we're looking at how do we cut and make transitions through attrition and other means. And so we'll continue to do that.
Dr. Nelms, may I add something to that?
Sure.
with regard to the East budget, and this is really important to note this, and I know that I documented it in an email that I was requested to send to the Finance Committee on March 13th, and I did do that. As Dr. Nelm stated, that since the inception of the EPO, we have returned, not including this year, but all years prior up until this point, over $19 million. And included within that $19 million is, as Mr. Franklin stated in one of his recent presentations, is that the East, what's used for salaries for East is this average salary basis. And so in what we are returning back to the district, a large portion of what we actually return are those salaries that were overstated within the East budget. That is not anything that we have control over. And to be perfectly frank, it would behoove the district and East to actually budget using the actual salaries, because what that not only does is gives a better representation of the cost of East, but then it also reduces the per pupil cost argument that has been out in a negative narrative as well. So again, I'm happy to take any further questions on that. I did explain it in the email. I'm happy to explain it again this evening. And anything I can do to remove any questions surrounding that one issue alone, it would be well served for all of us to, I think, take notice to that, pay attention to it, and to address it.
Thanks, Charlie. Commissioner LeBron.
The next person up is actually Commissioner Powell.
Thank you. That where Carlene left off is exactly where I wanted to go. So this concept of giving back versus budgeting on the front end, I have two questions on that front. Arlene basically said that if East were to be budgeted based on actual salary versus average, that would make very good sense if there were zero turnover. So what is the turnover? How many of your teachers do you have to bring in from other parts of the district, or do you hire directly out of college and thereby continuing to keep your actual salaries below the district average at entry level?
So I'll answer that question, Carlene. Then I'll have you continue the conversation and explain, not for Will, explain for the community and the board about the double budgeting feature that will also create some revenue next year. So I want to be clear. I've heard people say that we have to have the funding now. We can't wait till the end of the year to give back. And I want to just make sure people understand what's really being said and not how it's being said. So we have the way in which we budget. We don't have control when the funds from average versus actual are returned. And so whenever the district reconciles their books, that's when that funding comes back to the district. If it were up to me, I would budget on actual and not average, because you would know what it is July 1st for each school. So you wouldn't know what the per pupil cost is for each school. But I know that's perhaps where they may be moving to in the future. There's another bucket of money that comes in October, which is through the Title I grants and the 1003 grants. And Carlene can talk about that. And that's where we also return funds. We can't return that before until the grants come. But as I said last board meeting, those grants have come every single year, I believe, since the Lyndon Johnson era. And those are non-competitive grants that come to every school, and they're primarily used for reading and math and support teachers. So it supplants some of the costs that you would see for staff. In terms of turnover, Commissioner Pyle, we don't have much turnover. In our third year, when teachers had to reapply for their jobs or they had an opportunity to leave, we had some turnover. We only asked 7 teachers not to return, but some others left on their own. They didn't like the extra hour in a day. Some didn't like the EPO model, a variety of reasons. But we don't have generally a lot of turnover in the building. And we have to either, at this point, we take staff from the list of teachers who are laid off in the district, who typically happen to be newer. So, when we had the mid-year cuts, we had teachers leave from our newer teachers. We got some teachers in from the district. If teachers left at the end of this year, and we could not hire outside the district until the teacher list within HR has been exhausted. So we kind of at this point we get who we get, and but that answers the turnover question. We do not have a lot of turnover. Teachers typically don't leave, nor do admins unless they're getting a promotion. Carlene, you want to talk about the double budgeting for East and why there's $1 million that shows up in our budget that perhaps should not?
Right. So I appreciate that opportunity as well. The way that RCSD actually budgets or chooses to budget is to combine the general fund with a special aid fund. So meaning that we will book all of our expenditures and have them recognized within the East General Fund. In addition to that, so that means that every obligation that we have is covered in the general fund. The reason being is that should the grant funding go away or not be available in the following year, those expenditures are fully accounted for in the general fund, meaning that the services which we consider to be absolutely essential to our scholars, we know that those funds will be there to cover those services. We will not have to cut program. In addition to what we budget, RCSD adds on what they believe will be expenditures that we'll be able to realize through grants. So for instance, in this year, and I know Commissioner LeBron had asked this question, why is your administrative portion of your budget at $4 million? If you take a look at the breakdown that the district provided to you within the budget book, within that figure, there's actually just over $1 million that the district believes we will be getting back in special aid funds. So they're counting those expenditures that we've already booked it over here in the general fund, and now they're booking it again in the special aid fund. So it's a doubling of the expenditures, or almost a doubling of the expenditures. In this particular year, they're allocating an extra $1 million to our budget. That's not anything that we have control over. It's what they see to be necessary. We're not in agreement. We've had very friendly discussions about that, but the fact of the matter is it is an absolute double budget in our East budget.
But I think the point there, Carlene, is if we do that for every school in Rochester, there will be savings and realize that may allow us to have less staffing reductions, correct?
Correct. And so the other part of it is that if you take a look at your revenue section of the budget book that was provided to you, what you're going to see is in some of those areas that Sean had mentioned, for instance, Title I, where you have grants that are absolutely dependent upon student enrollment and dollars are allocated according to student enrollment. As you've all stated, as enrollment continues to decline, those dollars will continue to decline. And you're seeing that within that grant portion of your revenue summary in this document. So that absolutely supports our concern as to why we don't want to fund all of our anticipated grants through the special aid fund. We feel comfortable keeping it where it is within the general fund, and we will continue to do so. So again, it works against us because it adds to our per pupil cost, but it's an absolute, once we get those grants in, the money is absolutely reimbursed back to the general fund, which equates back to fund balance to RCSD.
And every other school, and Carlene, every school does that every year. I mean, within RCSD, that happens every year as well. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm hoping. So I think after hopefully the next budget deliberation that those will be those funds would be updated, and we would have the same type of funding represented for all the schools, so we can have kind of apples to apples comparison. And also, within our budget, we have our central office costs in there, and that's not the case for the other RCSD schools. So it's really hard when we talk about how much each costs, how much each school is, when you have different funding accounted for in those lines. But to your point, there are extra resources at East, and that's by design, and it's leading to our success.
Okay, so back to my question about the funding. You went way deeper than I anticipated, but I did have a question about Title I funding. Title I funding No, and by the way, for the viewers, the budget book, section 7 doesn't include any revenue. It, just as Carleen said, it's all one revenue stream directly from RCSD central office, I suppose, general funds. But, and you said this, Dr. Nelms, that Title I funds are enrollment based. They're highly predictable. Shouldn't they be treated as a hard and fast revenue source? Shouldn't you be providing a revenue page as well as expenses page in your portion of the book? And shouldn't Title I be counted on as part of your revenue stream? And shouldn't the special aid dollars be counted on as sure things? I mean, it's as sure as knowing of the state aid we get from the state right now. I mean, the state budget passed, and yes, they could manipulate it, and they could, you know, the dollars could change between estimate and actual, but you pretty much know how much Title I dollars you're entitled to, correct?
If I could take that question, Dr. Nelms. The difference being in this year, and I know you have an entire grant department that can agree or disagree with what I'm about to state, but the difference this year with the Title I and the 1003A funding coming in is that the state had agreed that there are expenditures, including within all of the schools' budgets, for expenditures that are ongoing. Now, typically, when you pick up the Title I guidelines and take a look at how Title I money can be expended, Title I money truly is to be used for new initiatives. There was dispensation given this year so that it could be existing expenditures that were already in place could be allocated. And so that's how we were able to pull in, if you will, additional money that could be allocated out of our general fund expenditures and moved over to Title I and 1003A. And that was a wonderful, wonderful surprise. It was grand because, again, we don't look at that as an achievement for East. That was something that we did in conjunction with the Chief of Staff. We worked together on identifying with the grants team how we could best bring back that money to reduce the deficit of RCSD. We don't look at that as an East achievement. That's an RCSD team achievement. So that $1.2 million that we were given this year as an allotment for Title I and 1003A, it doesn't benefit East per se. It benefits the fund balance overall for RCSD. And that's very different, Commissioner Powell, from in years past and how Title I money is to be utilized. So that's a win for all of us.
Thank you,
So
Carly.
I can't, based on what I know about grant money, what's available, what's not, to more specifically answer your question, I will not stake any money, excuse the pun, on whether the government will allow us to continue ongoing services versus new services to be allowable under Title I money. That was something new this year.
Thank you, Carly.
Okay, but because we know, because we have some assurances this year, it does seem to make sense that it should be budgeted differently this year.
I don't have any indication from the grant department that that allowance is going to be utilized again this year.
I'm sorry, you mean that when you say this year, you're talking about the current fiscal year, not the one we're budgeting for. I'm sorry.
No, I'm talking about 2021. I have no assurances that title money will be allowable in the same manner it was for 2021 as what it was used for 1920.
Okay, sorry, I misunderstood you when you said this year. Well, if there are no assurances in any of the grants, even grants that we, I mean, the federal grants have always been a problem because they're on a different cycle. We can't ever budget for them because they're never the new cycles are never actually granted until after our budget process. And it's always been a nightmare. But I would strongly urge that the board put some pressure on the aspect of actual salary versus average salary for budgeting for East, for precisely the reasons already articulated. That means if the actual salaries are lower than the average, then that allows the district to have the differential for this year for their own use instead of waiting for some after year end give back. That's $6 million may not be achievable, but there's probably $1 million there and another $1 million in the grants. So I think we have to take a close look at not how much money East gets, but how we budget that money that East gets. I think we should be spending more time discussing this between Carleen and Bob Franklin.
Well, I agree, and I would just say that it's not an end of year give back; it's an end of year take back because we don't have control over it. And I think you're right. And I will say this: that Carleen and Bob and Brian and others have been working very collaboratively on this funding piece. I think you know this, but Carleen has a lot of experience as a school business official in another district, and so I think that she has been very helpful in bringing some of the practices that are standard throughout the state to Rochester for 5 years. And I think it's paid dividends, and I think she's a value add to the overall organization and not just East. And so we'll continue to collaborate and be thoughtful in how we budget and how we do things collaboratively and consistently. So thank you, Willow.
Okay, I think that covers all my questions. Yeah, they're all basically revenue-based questions, not expense-based questions. Thank you. I have one question for Beatrice, since I was at the end of the line, but except for yourself. I have an alibi question from other section. Should I save it for round 2?
I'll let you, if you want to go after me, and we can go back to the other administration before we wrap up.
If they're still on the line, yeah.
I think they are.
Okay.
I still see them on my screen, but they're just camera off muted.
Thank you.
Thank you. So a couple of questions. On page 7, section 7, page 5, the line for substitute teachers was say the 2018-19 actual was over $400,000. And then the 2019-20 budget was adopted for $20,000. But then the amended 19-20 actual is up to $215,000. And then again, the proposed budget is $20,000, but that's a big difference. So I need to understand that up and down for that particular line.
Carly, you want to answer who controls the sub-cost?
I absolutely do. That's a central office cost, Commissioner LeBron. So what you're seeing there is, as Mr. Franklin was stating earlier, when certain costs are allocated out to all the buildings, that would be one of those types of costs. Now, the $20,000 was built within the East budget. We have removed that this year.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then I do want to talk about a couple of things that was mentioned earlier. So it was said that East has about roughly 1,100 students. I know Commissioner Elliott said 800, but just I'm going based on these numbers in front of me. It's 1,048, but currently at 1,016 because there was an increase in the students, but roughly about 32 that was in my estimates of putting everything together. The other thing, sorry, someone entered the meeting.
Uh-oh, not more Zoom bombs.
Yeah, I see who enters. So for administrations, I have a calculation of 13 administrations, not including the 4 potentially in the SEG group. I know that you mentioned you guys have given back money close to about 19 million, but it has cost the district almost 100 million in 5 years. And then I did see earlier in a news report that that East went from 19% to 70% graduation rate, which prompted me to go to the state website today. And I do just want to put this on the record, and people can go to the New York State Department of Education to grab the data. But in 2010-11, the graduation rate was actually 43. Then it went to 42, 40, 44, 33% at 2014-15, a small increase again in 2015-16 to 40%, 2016-17, 45. So there was an up and down curve, but I could not find evidence of it ever being as low as 19%.
Let me answer that question.
Yeah, I'm making some statements, but you can respond to the statements when I'm done. So I just wanted to throw that out there. You also mentioned the ADA, the average daily attendance rate. So I did do a quick glance at some of the other schools, which on average minimum is at 76% for our other high schools. But I will say that SOTA, which gets significantly less than East, is at 90.2% for attendance rate. And then you also mentioned in-kind support. I call those an opportunity cost in the non-for-profit world. Those are also, I personally call them budget fluff in the non-for-profit world. And I said this to the other superintendent, Terry Dade, because he also mentions these in-kind supports, but they have no monetary actual value in terms of dollars to this budget and this deficit. So I just want to be very clear about that. I do have a question though from section 7, page 9 about the ELA proficiency scores and the math scores. So in 2016-17, they were 4.8% and 4.3%, a significant increase the following year to 10.7% for ELA and 6.5% proficiency for math. But then there was a dip to 10%, but also 5.5% in 2018-2019. And I needed to understand why that dip.
So is your question the ELA question?
Yes.
All right. So the ELA question is that the state DI indicators are based on levels 2, 3, and 4, and we have met or exceeded those benchmarks every single year.
But there was a decrease, so I'm asking about the decrease in the proficiency for ELA and math.
Because you're looking at one level, you're probably looking at levels 3 and 4. You can look at levels 2, 3, and 4 is what the state assesses on for our state improvement. We've provided that data to the district several times. I can share the chart again if you like.
No, I could look it up. Thank you.
Okay.
But yeah, you're right. It only actually represents the percentage of students who are at level 3 and 4 with the decrease to 5.5. So I don't know if that just means that those students that increased in level 2 but decreased in 3 and 4. So it's kind of hard to tell. The cash capital line on section 7, page 13, there was an increase there. I just needed to understand what the increase for cash capital was there.
Can I answer that question, Carly?
Yes, and I'm going to have to get back to you on that. I think what's interesting and what's missing here, Commissioner LeBron, is that I'd have to take a look at the actual number for 18-19, because what you're working with is an increase off of an amended budget amount of 13,920. So I'm going to have to take a look at that and see exactly what was included in there and how that number was determined. I'm happy to get back to you on that.
And Carlene, just so since you're speaking for the community, not for Commissioner LeBron, but the community, could you explain the difference between the amended budget and the proposed budget, and what type of confusion it may cause if people are comparing the two?
Absolutely. And this was something I think I addressed in that email I sent to Commissioner LeBron and the Finance Committee on March 13th. Very important fact. What you're going to have is when a year is actually closed down, that's going to be your actual budget for that year. You're going to have the actual expenditures. What happens when this budget is put together, folks are taking a look at not only proposed over proposed, which really is apples to apples, they're looking at proposed over amended. Amended means what's included in there is, for instance, we have community school grant expenditures that have not yet been allocated back to that grant. Those expenditures are still within the East amended budget. They've not been extracted yet. So there's changes, there's things occurring within that amended budget that is not yet finalized, as Mr. Franklin had stated earlier in one of his presentations. So again, the bottom line, to keep it brief, is it's not apples to apples. It would be best to look at proposed over proposed, because then it's 1 year over the other from a same standpoint. When you start mixing it up, it gets a little confusing for folks.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I just want to point out though, like, unfortunately, that is how we do the entire budget for all the schools. So East is not just the only section that it represents in this way. I do want to point out though, you guys keep bringing up the March 13th. I did get that email, and actually I submitted questions that I have not gotten a response back on. I'm going to ask Kalia to leave this slide up because I have some additional questions on this slide. But some of the questions I had in particularly were that there were parentheses represented for areas that had cuts, and parentheses typically in a budget represent, there were parentheses where there were additions, I mean, not cuts. And parentheses typically mean a cut or a decrease in the area. And so there was a number of that in the in the stuff that was sent to us, and I have not heard back. So I just want to throw that out there. But can you explain what the contingency fund line means right here on the bottom, a few down from cash capital? And sure. I think, Paulia, can you highlight that one if you're controlling it, or Marisol?
Sure. That's an easy answer. First, Commissioner LeBron, I have to apologize. I didn't get any questions back from you on that email. And I will address the fact that I did receive an apology from central office stating that they realized that there were parentheses missing. So items that should have been shown as a decrease in parentheses, they were missed. I was assured that they will be corrected. The contingency line item, a contingency fund, is no different than it's the same answer that was given to one of the board questions that was submitted to the district. As I believe, I can't remember if it was Mr. Franklin that explained that or if it was Superintendent Dade. That is an allowance that RCSD utilizes to say, should we have any unexpected expenditures, that's an area where the individual, be it RCSD or East, could go in and pull money from to pay for unexpected expenditures. As you may recall, that number in years past and that information that was sent out for years all the way since the inception, I think, of the EPO forward, that line has decreased actually substantially over the years. And Commissioner Powell, I know that you can speak to this as well. I remember many conversations in Finance Committee meetings with the former CFO on exactly what that line was and how it's utilized. But I'm happy to take your question further, Commissioner LeBron, if you need me to.
Yeah, just wondering if it's I know you said RCSD and East, but it's the only contingency fund line that appears in a school kind of section. So there is a contingency line for the district. Is that a separate contingency fund, and this one is exclusive to East?
That's right. We're allowed to set up our own budget per the agreement, and that was within the original budget, I think since the inception.
And then I want to go right back, if you go down, whoever's controlling it, and I apologize, I don't know if it's Kalia or Marisol, but the same slide, if you go down to where it says East EPO Administration, so right there in that line, there's a 21.55% increase there. Can you explain to me what that increase in that line specifies?
Sure. Once again, I can flip over to page 15 in section 7. You'll have a very nice detailed report from central office on what is specifically included in there. Again, that, as I stated earlier, that bottom line of $4 million is overstated. There's an additional $1 million in there of special aid funds. I am in agreement with you, that should not be in there. So we're absolutely on the same page with that. I don't know how else to answer your question. I am absolutely in agreement that that's a misrepresentation of that number. And I've had that conversation, working very collaboratively with central office, and we're working through it.
Yeah, I did submit some questions just in particularly to that, some of these additional in round 2, to give some breakdowns of like who's included in that, or what's missing, or where is the additional million. And then my last question on section.
Obviously, those details are provided in 1.8 of the question log.
We did respond.
No, for round 2. I mean, there were some additional questions I submitted in the round 2. We just got round 2 this week.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just pointing out that to those watching, some of these questions are answered in the board log with some of those details, but there might be additional details. I'm speaking to the community, not you right now, Commissioner LaBrance.
Page 7, section 7, page 15. Professional technical services is 1.6 million. But it did increase to 2.5 million in the proposed budget. Can you explain to me what professional technical services mean in that budget line?
I'm happy to do that. So once again, in that particular line item, there's representation of an overstatement of over $900,000 of monies that have been identified by central office as potentially being covered underneath special aid grants. So not only did I include the actual numbers within my general fund expenditures, prudently doing so, it's been almost doubled, if you will, by adding special aid expenditures on top of it. So to answer your other question, what is included in there? This would be the vital services that we provide to our scholars. Scholars, it could be iBureau, it could be Encompass programs. It's all of our vendors, in short. It's services provided to our scholars that are deemed necessary.
Okay.
I can't fix it. I wish I could, but I can't pull that million out. I so badly want to, but that would solve so much of our shared anxiety.
Yeah, thank you for that. And then I hear what you guys are saying in terms of the actual versus the average, but it's my understanding that most school districts in the state of New York actually budget in the same fashion and similarity as the district. So and the cost per pupil factor is really based on how the state calculates the cost per pupil. Whether it's fair or not, I don't think I personally have an opinion on that, but I do think that is not just an argument that should be on RCSD. That is just how the state factors the ratio of cost per pupil. I have no actual other questions for you guys, but to my board colleagues, before we get off on this section, I do want to just point out a few things. So Commissioner Elliott mentioned that, for her, she's not sure if cuts to RIA is something that she could, vote on this budget on. If RIA, the cuts, that's her kind of stance on that and her ride or die in it. And I respect that. And when I took the chair of finance for this, for the board this year, I strongly have said this over and over and over again. I do not believe that it is my job to get you guys to vote for this budget. That is the job of all the administration, to present a budget that's balanced and does provide equitable resources for all of our students. So with that said, my ride or die on this is the 6 million to East. And I say that to say that if the board doesn't support it, that is absolutely your prerogative. But I will not vote for a budget that does not include that, because what it have to mean is more school closures. And I did not run for school board for 3 years in a row to be closing 6 schools in a year. I just can't even fathom or imagine the impact that will have on thousands of children. And so I say that, that I hear what Sean is saying. I hear you that it would have an impact and that the students would come back and it would be a vastly different East. But there are hundreds of students right now who are slated to come back to a different entire school without their teachers and the people that they have come to know and love, and thought that they were signing up for kindergarten, first grade, second grade, and were going to complete at school 20 and school 43 or 44 and 57, all of these schools that were closing. And so 6 million, not pulled from here, has to be pulled from somewhere. And that somewhere for me, it's going to have to be another 2 school closures. And I just can't get down with that and support that. So I just want to be very firm on where I stand with it. But I also will respect the decision that you guys ultimately make to get to your yes vote. And let me just state that. Commissioner Powell, I'm going to give the mic back to you so you can go back to, and who would you like to call up?
This is a question about All City.
Okay, so let's see, Superintendent Dade and Sheila Webster, if you guys can come back. Thank you. Well, I call Sheila, but it's really Superintendent. He'll call whoever he needs, but I'm gonna.
Right. So stream of consciousness, obviously, I'm still thinking about our interim health students and them going to All City instead of Hart Street. And I'm reminded that All City was created, I think it was under, was it, Cynthia, you would remember, was it created under Bohan or under Jean-Claude Brizard? The All City. Anyway, it was specifically for students who were over age, under accredited. And so my question really is, and so many of questions ultimately are about program, not about the budget, but is the number of students who are over age, under accredited actually declining over time? If not, then that the accountability for that really belongs in their home schools. But when this program was spun up, it was to react to a long neglected population of students that have been allowed to become over age, under accredited. And I would think that over time, there would be fewer such students entering into the pipeline. So what is the total enrollment at All City, and has it declined over the years?
So I'll have Ms. Webster speak to if she has the actual numbers. I can tell you that number is not declining in the district. The principal does a great job of reaching out to high schools across the system, great collaboration between the counseling team across the division, but really looking for that student profile that they believe will be successful at All City. So that number is not declining. We've had other board leadership meetings where we've been in high school after high school where this is a consistent issue for us as an RCSD family. So that number is definitely not declining.
And I would completely agree with Superintendent Dade that this was a school created really as a answer or an address for 5 phased out schools over the number of years, right? It's always been extremely supportive of transitional programs and kids. And it is not a declining enrollment by any means. It is always a consistently fluid enrollment.
So just as you say, it was created to catch the kids who were left after a phase out. But I would think that because those phasing out schools were particularly failing their student populations, that that once those legacy schools were gone, I would have hoped that there would be less of a need. Now, so what you're telling me is that there's active recruitment going on to capture the most vulnerable. Does that mean that the threshold by which kids transfer over to All City, that they might be coming to you better prepared to graduate with like less overage and more credits to their name now than when the program was first created?
So I would have to really dig for all the specifics, but I can confidently say that All City over the course of a year would serve on the average about 500 students, right, coming from all of the high schools. And each of the principals at the respective high schools will work very closely with the All City team to ensure that the students that are enrolled there are supported both by the program of All City and by the school. So they have a tremendous success rate in trying to help our most fragile and challenged students to be able to graduate. And I can personally speak for that as the former principal of 58 schools. So his team does a tremendous job of helping our most challenging needs.
And are you recruiting at all grade levels or mostly to fill your entry level grade?
It is primarily for those students who are at the age of 16 and above.
Regardless of what grade they sit?
Well, it would be above 10th grade usually.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and I'll just do a final sweep if anybody else has any final additional questions on a section, or if not, we're gonna close the budget. Commissioner Shepherd?
Yeah, I was wondering, is there a possibility that we can get an update on the on what's happening with social workers and utilizing Catholic Family Center?
No update at this time, but we're still exploring that as an avenue.
Okay.
All right, and so we're gonna close the budget hearing. We survived budget hearing 1. Budget hearing 2 has been moved. It is still going to be April 30th, but we have voted to bump it up till 3:30. That allows us ample time to finish having conversations. And even if we do it for 5 hours, we're still at 8:30 p.m. versus 10:11. So at this time, I'm going to close the meeting, but I am going to ask that we go into executive session, Terry. So I do have some additional questions that unfortunately last time it was too late and we didn't have an opportunity